Okay, welcome ladies and gentlemen back to the wonderful Penn Squash Center here in Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and on behalf of the College Squash Association, I'm Richard Millman, welcoming you to these national championships. As you may know, if you've followed before, the national championships divisions are divided up by 8 team groups, the top division being the Howe Cup. But this morning we're going to start off with a match in the Walker Cup, which is the 3rd division, named after the great Yale coach Dale Walker, who had many years and a fine record with the women's team there at Yale. So the first 2 teams we're going to be looking at today are Middlebury College, and their opponents today are Wesleyan. Middlebury College are seeded 1 in the Walker Cup. Wesleyan got through yesterday and are seeded 5. And respectively in the national rankings, Middlebury is 17th and Wesleyan is 25th. And the players you can expect to see today have been serious junior squash players, and the coaches that are vying against each other are really fine exponents of the game, both of whom I've known for a long time and take their roles extremely seriously. CSA is the engine that drives squash in many respects around the world, and this is your opportunity to get a glimpse of the possible future of squash. Enjoy. Okay folks, so we're waiting for the number 1 strings to come on the court, and just before they start warming up I'm going to tell you a little bit about the 2 coaches of these 2 teams. Actually I'm going to tell you about 3 coaches. So you saw coming off the court first the lady coach for Wesleyan, women's coach for Wesleyan, Shona Kerr. Shona is a wonderful, wonderful coach, and before she was ever a coach, she was a world-class junior player and actually played on the England junior setup with my stepdaughter Louise, and she's got a fantastic record, the winningest ever coach for Wesleyan. She played for England under 19 and under 16. She got up as high as 4th in England. She's also very keen on the sport of Rackleton. I don't know if you know what Rackleton is, but this is the sport where you play multiple racket sports in one competition. So squash, tennis, table tennis, badminton. So incredible all-round athlete. On the other side, the young man you saw coming off the court, David Cromwell, a very nice player in his own right, and I have some proprietary interest because I was lucky enough to work with him for a number of years, and he himself played on the World Tour, but his head coach, Mark Lewis, is in his 8th season, won multiple NESCAC Coach of the Year awards, and played for the United States in the Pan Am Federation Games, and was a 4-year Trinity player. And I can tell you I've known him for a long time as well, because he was around the US national setup when I was the national coach, and I think it would be fair to say that at a certain point in time you could have called him the hardest working man in squash, because he really pushed himself hard. So wonderful personal associations, and both of these coaches the highest reputations, and I'm sure that the students under their charges are really benefiting in that way. The first match on court is going to be for Middlebury Lindsay Burnham from Bryn Mawr in Pennsylvania, just down the road, and she went to Germantown Friends, and she's a first year, I believe. And against her is Avika Pandey from Wayne, Pennsylvania, and she went to the Baldwin School. So very much a local derby, if you like, in this first match. So I'll sign off for a few minutes now while they do their warm-up, and we'll get back to the action when they start the game. Just as a reminder, although we are here on Court 1 with the commentary, CSA provides video coverage of all of the other courts, and if you would like to go and check out all the other squash going on, you can see the URL on your screen right now of where you can go. And I should also remind you that all of the matches from yesterday and from past years are available at that YouTube site. So plenty of great squash to watch if you want to catch up, or if you want to go and see your friends on other courts. Back in a moment. Okay, so this is a very good match in prospect in terms of the entire match, because last time out, December the 3rd at Vassar College, neutral territory, Middlebury beat Wesleyan 5-4, so really tight competition. In the number 1 spot, Lindsay Burnham beat Avika Panda 3-love, so they obviously, in terms of Middlebury's aspirations, are hoping to retain that, and Avika will be hoping to turn that round. It was 6-6 and 5, so it wasn't that tight, although it wasn't a walkover. So we shall see what difference the glass court and the moment of national championships will do to affect the way the players play. If you were watching yesterday, you saw that there was quite a consistent pattern to the stronger players establishing a good length and finding a simple game plan of keeping the ball deep, looking for opportunities to intercept, and those that played deep and then attacked short after only 1 or 2 balls to the back of the court tended to put pressure on themselves because they were focused on outcome instead of process, and there were a lot of errors. So you'll wait to see, obviously, on this first match whether Sarah Burnham or Avika Panda have the patience to maintain their length and their accuracy before they start sniping to the front of the court. I also mentioned yesterday that this front wall on the glass court and the floor is fairly slow at the front of the court, so the 2-wall boast, which is a great attacking shot, especially in women's squash, is particularly effective here. Anyway, so Middlebury serving there to start out with, and right away we've seen a 2-wall boast to effect, and hand out to Avika Panda for Wesleyan. Okay, and so little early nerves, immediately going for that drop shot rather than establishing the length. And on the other foot, exactly the same. So we've got a couple of slightly anxious number 1 players here who haven't quite got the establishment of length going yet. Two. There's a nice length and paid dividends. And of course the risk factor there is much lower. We saw her fade that nicely into the sidewall, and by catching the sidewall, it cuts the pace of the ball and makes the ball come out of the back corner even less. There's a good length. There's a patient choice by Avika Panda there. Not good setup, she almost gave a stroke away there. That's a nice angle, nice angle there. And again, if you were watching with us yesterday, you'd see if the ball is too far away from the sidewall, it offers the opportunity to bisect the angle into the straight corner, making it very difficult for the opponent to retrieve. And Lindsay Burnham, beg your pardon, did a very good job there on that attacking short volley. And very nice fade there. Again, you saw that just going into the walls. So, and again, one of the great things about this sport, and we've got some highly intelligent people playing it here in CSA Nationals, is the ability to physically enact geometry and to understand the angles and how to set yourself up at 90 degrees to where you want the ball to go, and visualize the line of the shot you're going to play. So Pythagoras ain't got nothing on these girls. We're establishing a little bit of rhythm here and better length from Lindsay, paying dividends. Avika needing to really get her length going. her setup is very open to the front wall. She's not getting that 90-degree angle to where she wants the ball to go, so she's dragging it into the middle a little bit. And that's making Lindsay's life a lot easier. And the lack of a volley on the return of serve is often a problem, because you get stuck at the back of the court and the ball's so dead at the front of the court it's difficult to cover. So you can see at the moment very few volleys on the return of serve, and that's brought up a very quick game ball despite the first two tentative rallies. Lindsay has now really found a little bit of form. She's getting the length going and not tempted into trying to play short too early. And there you go. That is rather plain sailing based on good quality game plan there. Well done to Lindsay Burnham. And that was the sort of shot that she started playing towards the middle and end of the game, and was really finding some quite nice angles. Whereas Avika just wasn't able to take the ball early enough to get Lindsay behind her. We'll see what happens in the second game. Okay, so the problems for Avika, or the challenge for Avika, I should say, is how can she get out of the back corner jail that she's being locked into and up the court and take charge. It was a very good start. Oh, curse the commentator. Her first shot was tremendous. I wanted to see a second volley that went deep as well. But she's let the ball bounce, and she's got away with it this time. But she needs to start volleying those returns, otherwise she's really ending up boasting a lot. Good deep return, and the width was also good, so nothing coming off the back wall. And as I've said to you before, these back corners really suck the ball in. It's very dead in the back corners, especially early on a cold UPenn morning. I can tell you, walking in today, it was a little chilly. Meanwhile, we see that Lindsay has got a very good picture in her mind. She's wanting to stay in front until she gets an opening, and then she uses the opening, but she's not trying to seize upon an opening too soon, too anxiously. So she's very much process oriented rather than outcome oriented at the moment. We need another one of those from Anika if she can get it, but she can't because she couldn't cut it off because of the quality of the width and length from Lindsay. So very frustrating, very hard, but you've got to come up with an answer. 5-2, nice return, volley length, no, but it's gone short, and so immediately Lindsay seizes on the opportunity to re-establish control at the front of the court. So not wishing to state the obvious, but you can see the consistent pattern. Lindsay says to Ravika, get back in your jail cell back there. And that's where she's kept her. No volley. And it is hard, by the way, folks. I'm not just sort of belittling her for not volleying. It's on these glass sidewalls. It is really tough to volley because the depth perception with the glass behind the white ball is much more difficult than on a regular white hard court, non-glass court. So I do feel for her, but to get out of the trouble she's in, that's what she's got to do. 3-9, see if she can make a little run here. Very well played by Lindsay so far. She's really executed the game plan exceptionally well. Maybe shouldn't have played that so early, short, but she got away with it. Yeah, I'm sure Vika is feeling very deflated at this point. Nice width and length. That's a good lift. Very nice use of the wrist. But going short, immediately she gets an opening instead of re-establishing dominance by playing that backhand cross court into the back corner. So, two fairly plain sailing games for Middlebury to start off with. They will be delighted, I'm sure. And as long as they keep focused on that same game plan, I, at the moment, don't see a solution for Avika. She needs 2, probably 3 quality lengths before she goes anywhere near the front of the court. And at the moment, that's a problem because Lindsay's length is really quite good. And, you know, they're going to have a little competition for dominance of the front of the court through their interchanging length. And there isn't an interchange at the moment. It's all one-way traffic. Let's hope for her that she can get back. And as always, after our second game, we're going to have a little look around the other courts, and perhaps you can see your friends or you know, relations on the other courts. You can see we've got Chatham against Georgetown over there on 2, 5, and 6, and early days there. Although a nice win for Georgetown. Denison against Colby. That's a playoff match, I believe, because I think Denison lost yesterday. And F&M against Dickinson. My friend Richard Glanfield is the coach at Dickinson, and he recently took over the program there. So I know he's really excited. Oh, and I see the name Lupasi, and I wonder if that's Manoli's daughter. Manoli, a great enthusiast for the game from Virginia. But anyway, you know, these courts are also available to you, and you can see them on the video, although not with commentary, I'm afraid. So here we go. 2 games to love. Really well played by Lindsay, executing her game plan, and I'm sure her coaches are delighted with her demeanour and control. Avika, on the other hand, has got some work to do, and I'm sure that Coach Shonaker has told her, get that length and get up the court and hit another length. But it's difficult to do when your opponent is playing quality length like that. This is why, if you were listening yesterday, you heard me give you a line of my squash reggae song. No volley, no win. No volley, no win. Apologies. It has to be a deep volley. There was a possible volley. She needed to chance her arm there and just chip that high cross-court lob volley. That's just gone out. A little late on the setup there from Lindsay, but I mean, very few errors that she's made technically or tactically. And she's volleying the water, so no hesitation. That's a nice length. There you go, Vika. That's the way to take charge of the front of the court. You see what happened there. Lindsay missed her volley. She was thinking about it, but just hesitated. And as a result, Vika's suddenly back in the game, 3-4. Good height. There's a lovely volley to the back from Lindsay. So, I promise you folks, I have not got a microphone and communication with Lindsay. It's just that she keeps doing what I think she should do. Oh, it's a very nice intercept volley. That was a little bit better because she didn't particularly go for a winner there. She really played that because Lindsay was out of position, so that was good reasoning. Not played to win, but played to work. So Vika doing a little bit better. Lindsay having to think about what she's doing, redirect her game plan. Missed volley there. She was able to straighten it. Another missed volley there. Whoa! Have some of that. Not the best sort of gamble, but it paid off this time. Nice angle across the court there. 7-5, but a tighter game. See if Avika can knuckle down and get a couple more volleys in. Yes, well done. Volley that one. Trouble. Yeah, as soon as she didn't volley, suddenly Lindsay's back in dominance. Again, she hasn't volleyed the return of serve, and she's up against it immediately. There are hot courts elsewhere where you can sort of get away with not volleying the return of serve. It's not good, but the ball will come out of the back corner much more and allow you to straighten it. But on this glass court, especially in cold temperatures, there's not that many people in the building this morning. You really have got to cut it off, otherwise it just sucks the life out of the ball in the back corners. So here we are, despite a brave attempt by Avika. Lindsay, number one for Middlebury with the match ball. And very well played, Lindsay. Really executed well for your team. Commiserations to Avika. Back to the drawing board and some really hard work on multiple volleys and building length, I think, for your summer work. So a nice start for the Middlebury team in this very tight matchup in the quarterfinals of the Walker Cup, named after the great coach Dale Walker. We know the lower order in the previous match was in Wesleyan's favour, so the top order from Middlebury really do have to execute to make sure that they deliver if they're going to deliver their 5-4. So what have we got so far? Yeah, we got two nice wins already for Middlebury. They're 3 wins, goodness me. They are on hot form today. 3 love wins. So perhaps the colder courts suiting the Middlebury players a little bit more than the Wesleyan players at this point. So our next match on here will be the number 2s, and that's Abby Holding for Middlebury against Mira Bakshi for Wesleyan, and we'll come back to them in just a few minutes. Okay, so in this next match, the number 2s, we have Abby Holding for Middlebury, and she's a native of Wellesley, Massachusetts, and she went to Nova Laguna and school, and she was a first-team All-American, first-team All-NESCAC. NESCAC is the conference that these two schools play in. I'm just trying to see if she's got the Wesleyan player. Mira Bakshi is the player for Wesleyan from Fairfield, Connecticut, and she went to the Ludlow School. Does she have any? Very deceptive. Yes, she does. Very small, I were. But anyway, so fairly even Stevens to start out with. Let's have a look and see who establishes their length and gets in front, and whether they're prepared to play several lengths before they go short. On that occasion, Mira got away with it, playing short only after one ball deep. Good lengths there from Abby. Yeah, very nice angle there. A little short there, but the sidewall nick squirted out and caught Mira out a little bit. So 4-4. Well, not the greatest choice, the reverse corner boast there, but as we've said before, it's quite dead at the front of the court, so Abby not able to go and pick up that leisure centre boast. Oh, another cross-court width that hits the nick, squirting out. Yeah, very difficult to deal with. There is a half volley available there if you're reading that ball and if you're prepped early enough, but if you're expecting a regular bounce, you're going to get caught by that. As you become a more advanced player, you're always looking for half volleys to try and put the pressure on. A half volley is a shot that is taken on the bounce, on the hop, and so you have to have pretty good timing for that. Yeah, so there's a real back and forth first game, no real flow or form to either player's game plan at the moment. Some good lengths being played, quite a lot of awkward bounces catching the players out. Very close to a stroke if Abby had played cross-court there. Good length, short, and another squirty nick. So yeah, it's maybe a day for somebody to do the lottery today, I think. 8-7. Much too early to be going short with that volley. So 9-7, so Mira getting a little daylight here and taking advantage of the situation. And so that's a game ball. Abby just not really finding any consistent flow to her rallying plan. It's a good width and length. Not out of it. 8-10. Good width and length. Another one. Yeah, so most of the time we've seen, folks, as I'm sure you've noticed, that the player that is able to hit a good length followed by another good length often has a good platform for taking the rally. But if they play a good length followed by an immediate short ball, quite often they end up in trouble. So that's game, and a little scrappy affair, and I think plenty of room for the coaches to get in there and talk about game plans and establishing a systematic approach to the game. At the moment, a little bit chaotic, a bit of a lottery, and let's see if in the second game either one of them can find the key to running a game plan that gives them control of the match. So, the moral ascendancy to Wesleyan, taking the first game. And loose return on the volley from Abby, holding from Middlebury. Not a great start, really. Not much footwork going on. She needs that straight volley return at the moment, and she's hitting there. Well done. She's obviously listening to me. That was a funny little poke from Mira. Look at the footwork here. She hasn't really got her shoulders turned. Because there's no right shoulder in there, you can't get any weight behind it. Okay, well, this is obviously encouraging the Wesleyan team. Chance of an upset, because I believe they lost their first three last time. I'll check that, but I believe they did. And Mira is doing a great job at this point. Although, I think she justifiably thought that Abby's ball had hit the floor, but it turned out not to be. I'm not sure she'd get a let there. I guess she did. It was a good width and length by Abby. I don't know if she did much wrong. Three all, even Stevens. No volley, and immediately a defensive boast puts Mira behind, as we've seen happen so often with these players already today. 4-3 to Abby Holding. Yeah, it's a couple of times she's played that sort of shot off the left foot and no real prep, no weight transference. She needs to get that racket up and her feet set a little bit more. I wouldn't even mind if she played off the left foot if she had racket prep, but with the racket down and the left foot, just no weight to transfer. 6-3. Well to volley that because it was a good width from Abby. And that volley, again, should have gone long. Abby's at the front, playing short is just going to feed her. So I just don't think there's clarity in the game plan here. good length. Bracket face is closing on the backhand side for Mira, and 2 upright here. You see the distance between the eyes and the ball at contact. As soon as you've got a big gap between where your eyes are and the contact point down below of the ball, there's plenty of room for errors because you just can't judge that proximity. The eyes should be as close as possible to the contact point with the ball. So get low. (8-4). And Abby not really engaged with that ball after she served. She was like a tree rooted to the tee. And the tee is not as important as the ball. No matter how many times people tell you to get to the tee, they should be telling you to stay engaged with the ball. Okay. Good daylight now for Abby. Stay with the ball. Oh, that's difficult to get that volley. She did well because that ricocheted right at her. Game ball for a 1-all. And no volley, rewarded by a dead ball in jail at the back of the court. Okay, well, happier times for the Middlebury team as they come back to 1-all. So we'll have a look at scoreboard around the rest of the courts here once we've had a look at these replays. There's the dead ball. So, what's going on? Still 3-0 in the Middlebury versus Wesleyan game. On the court that we're not watching, it's 1-all, so it's a competitive game. But Middlebury are 2-love up on one of the lower order games. So Middlebury looking in a very strong position as compared to the previous 5-4 that they had on December 3rd. Honours even with Chatham and Georgetown, and F&M are 2-1 up against Dickinson, and 2-1 to Colby against Denison. See if your favourites are there, or your friends, or your family. But otherwise, we're back to court 1 now for the continuation of this second string match between Abby Holding and Mira Bakshi. Abby having taken that second game, Mira not getting her deep enough. So let's see if she can turn things round. That's a very good width and length there on that cross court from Abby. Very authoritative. No volley. She managed to straighten it. But even though she managed to straighten it, she straightened it from behind rather than volleying it and putting herself in front, and so she was on the back end of that rally the entire time. Good height and width. And it seems to me, I may be wrong, that Abby has come back out with a much clearer intent of keeping the ball deep. She's played multiple deep balls with very good width and length. So maybe Coach Cromwell has said, "Hey, what's all this short stuff?" Or probably more positively, let's get that ball deep. I like the way she executed that shot. You could see before she went to the shot, she got low. and so the relationship between her eyes and the contact point much closer, and so her perception and therefore her touch, control, weight transference all improved by going lower. And there she got very low to that little awkward drop volley. That was very well done. See those eyes lined up with the ball? That's what I'm talking about, folks. That's what we're looking for. Very well done. 5-1. Unfortunately, no footwork there for Mira, and she's disgusted with herself and giving that point away. But it's been given back. So there we go. It's a friendly game. If Abby now loses this game, she's going to be very frustrated that she didn't take that point. Now, so there's a good example. She'd done the work of putting her player deep. If she'd played another one deep, she would really consolidated her position, but she's gone for a short winner, and it's really important for you to understand, for all of us to understand, that there is no such thing as a winner by design in squash. Winner is an outcome, it's not a process. And you shouldn't be looking for outcome, you should be looking for process. So great comeback here now from Mira, who was quite happy to walk away at 6-1 and now finds herself at 5-all. 6-5, I do beg her pardon. Those little momentum swings can make all the difference. You have to really stay on top. 7-5 now. From 5-1 down. And rather negative body language, I'm afraid, a couple of times there from Abby. In the end, made up for it. That's a very good wide volley. Yep. Good depth, but she needs to stick to her guns. If she starts poking about at the front of the court again, aspirationally, well, I beg your pardon if you're watching, but I just had hoped for her she was going to go deep. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, it's so difficult in these back corners, I'm telling you. That's a very good quality ball. And very difficult for Mira there. She could have maybe choked up a little bit more and used her wrist, but almost impossible. So the length battle will win. That's a good comeback. 8-8. And Mira had an opportunity to hit volley there long, and she tried to go for that short cross-court nick, and it just really set up Abby. Did well to pick that up. Well, there's a tricky one in the back corner, but again, she's not low enough, and so she can't get the height on it. We missed that on the replay because it was obviously a return of serve into the tin, so that's 9-all. It's a little bit messy, but oh, it's very nicely done. Good approach there and good setup. She laid her wrist back and straightened that ball well. That was good quality. Good pickup. Still alive. Somebody needs a length. Oh, that's a nice little 2-all boast there. Yeah, lower risk factor there. 10-10, win by 2. And then again, good width and length. Sucked into the black hole of the back corner. 11-10 for a 2-1 lead. Oh, yeah, she can't believe she just did that. 11-all. I don't know why they haven't put that up to 11-all. the scoreboard is slightly wrong here. I believe the score now is 12-11. We may have lost control of the scoreboard here, but I think it's game ball to Mirror, if I'm not mistaken. And that should be 12 all. Yes, it seems like the scoreboard is out of control. 12 all. A little upright, but it'll do. 13-12, game ball. No volley. Well to pick that up. That's a good ball. At least the volley's gone long. A little bit static there, Abby, hoping that she was going to win the point. That was almost a stroke. Good pick up. It's a good rally, actually. Trying to go short too early. Nice height. Oh my word! Oh my God! Oh. Nobody knew what was going on. Well, Mirror did. She wasn't going to give up. So 13 all, I believe. Abby's not quite ready. She's cleaning her glasses. So 13 all. Who's going to imprint themselves on this and take charge? Apologies for the scoreboard issues. 13 all. Very nice width from both players. So you can see both players are getting a little bit static, hoping that God or somebody will win the rally for them rather than doing the work themselves. And it's what happens when we get very, very nervous. In some respects, you're better off when you're down than when you're in charge, because you start freezing up. Yep. You see the facial expressions. 14-13, I believe. Game ball. Oh yeah. That's ice in the arms, I'm afraid. Frozen up. 14 all. Good width and length. So I'm losing now. I'm not sure if I'm 15-14 or 15 all now. I think it is 15 all. $16-15. Who wants to win? Nobody, apparently. Well, that was a very, very awkward game of who is prepared to lose rather than who wants to win. I'm afraid a lot of shots dumped into the tin or errors made rather than building rallies looking to end peremptorily and prematurely. So hopefully coaches can talk these players around and get them rallying. So a very difficult 2-1, and I believe that was that 16-14 or 17-15? I think it was 17-15, so it's a long old game, although the rallies weren't long. Alright, so be interesting to see who can settle themselves and get back and actually find some good squash form in this next fourth game. So 2-1 and love all. We'll do our best to keep up with the score for you. Lovell, Abbey holding serving. And starting off with some lengths. Ooh, it was a nasty little skid on probably on a sweat spot there. Yeah, not nice to see that. That can really do some damage to the back of the leg. All right, scoreboard is back. I'm off the hook. 1-love. Anytime you're seeing a boast on the return to serve, you know that that player is likely, more often than not, to be in a lot of trouble. She volleyed that one, and unfortunately Abbey really not connected with the ball while she was waiting. This is a very common habit. People get so trained to think about going to the tee that they disconnect from the ball because they're more connected to that piece of paint in the middle of the court than they are to the ball that's going to keep them alive. It's a habit you shouldn't fall into. Energized looking Mirror. She executed that okay. She was a bit close, a bit upright, but she managed to get her racket face under it. (3-2). Well, that's a nice volley return to serve. She actually got her shoulders reasonably square for that. When I say square, I mean 90 degrees to the line of the shot that you're hoping to play. Nice little boast, very nicely executed. But the return of serve wasn't deep enough, so that's, again, always going to be an issue. It's a very tentative little drop shot there. Good width and length from Mirror, well played. Better depth. And that was a very nice cross court from Mirror as well. Really made. Yes, well, slotted, I think. Good job it didn't bounce out any further. It would have been a stroke. That's a nice thing. Again, too tentative on that approach to the front of the court. Should be better off to really drive it deep. Good flick. Still alive, still engaged. Ah, there you go. Now that would have been a classic time if she was not doing the right thing to try for the cheap drop shot, but she didn't. She held and played the length, and dividends were paid. Well done. Good movement. Very good movement. That was a nice little boast from Mirror. (6-5). It's a good shot. I don't think it's really lettable because it's caught the nick. It would have been better if it had been deeper. Only game of that, 6-5. Out. 7-5. This would take it to a fifth game. If she manages to convert. No way to go yet, though. 6-7. A bit more on the ball that time. That can't be a let. This is good depth. Look at where this bounces. 1, 2 in the back neck. You can't be given a let for that. And she didn't. 7-all. Yeah, technical problem there. Either she's got to get her right foot across, or at the very least she's got to get her shoulders turned, and she's got to cut that in instead of poking it in. Abbey got away with that really. It was very early to be going for that drop shot because Mirror was right there, but she executed it well. 9-7. Post return. Trouble. And a match ball to the Middlebury crew. It's a good pickup from there. But a good width and length. And again, the black hole of the back corner pays off. So congratulations to Abby Holding. She really did sort it out in the end and got her length and width going, despite that little wobble in the middle. And commiserations to Mira. No volley on the return to serve, and I'm afraid that puts you behind the 8 ball right from the beginning. So something to work on for her in the summer. Very good. All right, so we have one more match on court 1 in this confrontation between Wesleyan and Middlebury. Middlebury, I think, doing quite a lot better than they did in their previous match. They already have a 5-love lead, and last time out it was a 5-4 result. So things not going well for Wesleyan in this particular match. They are the lower seed, but even so, they would have hoped to have done better than this, I'm sure. Georgetown, goodness me, Georgetown's come back nicely. 4-3 they're up against Chatham. 4-2 F&M against Dickinson. Dickinson snuck another one down the bottom. And 4-2 to Colby against Denison. Huh. Yeah, that's correct. Okay, so we have this one last match. Isabella Ronda for Middlebury against Anya Anand. And that'll be coming to you very shortly. Okay, so here we are back for this third string match between Ronda, I beg your pardon, for Middlebury, and Anya Anand for Wesleyan. Anya is from Cincinnati, Ohio, went to Seven Hills School, and Isabella is from Brooklyn, New York, and went to St. Anne's School. I know there's been a good tradition of squash players coming out of St. Anne's over the last few years. And Brooklyn has got a fantastic tradition in this country for providing squash players, not only from the schools, but of course from the great Brooklyn Heights Casino. Over the years, there have been some tremendous coaches there. Most recently, just left, Linda and Laurent Elriani, fantastic power coaching couple, and of course Linda in particular was a world-class player. Always remember when my daughter Louise was on the world tour and she had the chance to play with and around Linda at the time, and we always used to say that when Linda's lobs came down they had snow on them. Quite an extraordinary talent. Anyway, so here we go with this third string match, and it's almost too, well, it is too late now for Wesleyan in this match, but hopefully they can salvage a little honour in this particular string. Nice volley return of serve straight down the wall. 1-all. Nice depth there from Isabella. Opening up those shoulders, unfortunately, Anya. So if you rotate forwards as you hit the return of serve, what tends to happen is that your racket face changes the angle and pushes into the side wall. So you really have to get that 90-degree line. Quite a confident start here from Isabella. She's hitting the ball well, contacting the ball well. Good depth. And not tempted into the sort of cheap, short drop shot there. Just compiling the pressure with the second and third shots to the back of the court. Yeah, good depth. That's a good return. A little loose, but didn't take it early. But she really well to straighten that, Anya, but still makes the error there with that ball. So there on that volley, that was the time for Anya to hit the deep cross court and just get settled at the front of the court. But yeah, this is a very good start indeed by the Middlebury player, dominating with good quality length and getting up the court. First tentative drop shot, and Anya not looking very confident there, sort of standing a bit in no man's land. So as a general trait, the Wesleyan players have not managed to volley the returns of serve and not established consecutive lengths to take charge of the front that we have seen so far anyway. Fortunate let for Middlebury, I think. Yeah. There's a volley return, good to see. That volley's gone short. There's plenty of opportunity there, but the setup's not great, is it? Off the left foot, shoulders opening. So important to work on fundamentals, and if you're not doing hours and hours of solo, there's no chance of your fundamentals ever becoming excellent. Four or 500 shots each side each week is a minimum if you really want to hone your technical skills. 1,000 would be better. Yeah, and more good lengths here. Just catching the sidewall at a good fade. So very well played, Isabella. She's really taken charge of this first game. It's a very tight ball as well. Under pressure, a tight ball. Look at that. She's put a little, I don't know if she meant to, but if she did, it was excellent. She put a little side spin on the back of that ball, which just hugged the sidewall. So really well executed first game. To the team plan, I suspect. Meanwhile, Wesleyan back to the drawing board. Got to find a way of countering these good lengths from Middlebury's Isabella. Back in a moment. Okay, we're back, and Isabella Ronda from Brooklyn, New York, for Middlebury has started really well. Let's see if she continues in the same vein. There is a nice volley on the return of serve from Anya Anand for Wesleyan, but unfortunately, again, opened up the shoulders, which made her stuck. If she'd turned sideways on, she could have been backing out to find the position instead of getting stuck in the back corner. So 2-love already. Oh, there's a nice length. That's what we want to see. All right, so a little bit cheap, that volley there at the end, but she had at least earned a position from which to take charge, which is good. A little short on that cross court there from Isabella. So it needs to be prolonged resistance from Anya before she starts going to the front of the court too much. Although she got away with that little boast, I think. But she certainly turned it round a little bit at the beginning of this game. She's played several good lengths. Short very early. There's a lot of standing around there hoping that the other player wouldn't get it rather than covering the likelihood that the player would get it. If you hope that your opponent won't get your shot back, you stop moving to cover it and therefore you discontinue the rally. Your expectation should be that it's always coming back, and almost disappointment if it doesn't. Nice little volley burst like that. And you can see how deep Anya was standing. So it's very difficult on this court to pick up posts generally, especially if you're standing deep. I don't know what they're going to give there, because if she had swung, she would have decapitated her opponent. Looks like they've given a stroke. I am loving the fact that Anya is now volleying the return of serve most of the time. That's helping her a lot. So that's a good turnaround. Good volley from Isabella. Bit early to be going short though. Almost put Anya back in the ascendancy. that's a good ball. Good pick out though. Oh yeah, there's the depth for dominance. Yeah, very nicely played. Yeah, I love the way she set that up as well. She really gave herself a lot of space. You saw the early racket prep. It was very nice. Yeah, that's a lot. It is a little bit hard for Anya to get to be the front person. She needs to really work hard to take control of the front of the court. But great volley, that's good. But that volley should have gone long. She did go long, which is good. She was volleys that go long. Well, there you go. It's a well-worked rally. 6-4. Little spark of hope here for the, where's it? Oh, curse the commentator. I'm really sure exactly what happened there. 5-6. She's volleying, but she's volleying short, which sort of helps Isabella stay forwards. Isabella did well to get that off the sidewall there. Very awkward. As I've said before, the depth perception on these glass courts behind the ball, if you're not used to it, it's pretty tough. 7-6, so Anya Anand for Wesleyan hanging around, not being rolled over. Good volley return of serve. Good deep ball. Ooh, the leisure centre post. Well, the recovery of Isabella Rond after hitting her straight drive was leisurely, to say the least. I wouldn't have been surprised if she'd taken a comfy chair on court and sat down. Yeah, she's much more, you see how much more engaged she is after this now. She's looking for it a little bit more, not going to get caught a second time. She's questioning whether a ball was up. 7-8. Oh, what a nice ball, Anya Anand. And she got her shoulders round. Look at that. 90 degrees to the line of the shot she wanted to play. 9-7. Yeah, she does automatically move back, unfortunately, and that's a common trait with less experienced players, because they cover the most frequent shot instead of the actual shot. Most players play deep, so they start moving deep. Well, it's no good if somebody happens to play the occasional short ball. So back to 9-9, despite the fact that Anya had a nice little lead there. Good volley return to serve, and a good reply from Isabel. Yeah, good length. Still going for depth. Yeah, very nicely played. Yeah, that was good competition. Match ball. I do beg your pardon, was it match ball or game ball? Game ball. 2-love. Oh, I'm so sorry. Getting ahead of myself here. Well, good effort though by Anya. She did a much better job of volleying the returns, although some of them were short, and she played some decent lengths herself. And okay by Isabella, although a couple of times she was a little bit sort of reticent on her movement and got caught out by a couple of returns that she shouldn't have been, but did enough to get through. Alright, so as always, after our second game, we're going to have a little look and see what's going on around the courts as soon as these are over. And wow, 6-1. Oh, Wesleyan are on the board. They had a fantastic win. I heard the crowd going crazy over there for both teams and the number 6. So Caroline Arena just went down to Jacqueline Dichter, 11-7 in the 5th. That's a real barn burner, and what college squash is all about. But it's 6-1 otherwise. And then around the rest of the games, still pretty tight. Chatham and Georgetown. Look at that, 3-4. What do we got on the board at the moment? We've got a 2-love to Chatham. And we've got a 1-love to Georgetown, so that could be a real last-minute thing. And F&M, Franklin Marshall against Dickinson's 5-2, fairly comprehensive to Franklin Marshall. Apologies, Richard Glanfield. And oh, we're back. I apologise. So, not completely out of the hunt, Anya Anand for Wesleyan. If she can get her depth on her volley return and serve, that would be helpful. Thank you very much. Well done. What a nice opening rally from these young women. Fantastic. Look at that work. Oh, round of applause. Real squash. Good width. Look at that. It's a short turn, but the leisure centre boast. Troubles. Staying alive. Yeah, she was always on the wrong end of that rally. That reverse angle boast, unless you've got real deception, takes twice as long to get to where it's going as just hitting it directly to that corner. And so your opponent has a long time to decide what to do and how to do it. It's a completely different proposition in the doubles and old hardball game, because the nature of the ball is that it ricochets much more quickly. The softball doesn't lend itself to that reverse corner, except for 1 or 2 players. Former US champion Damien Walker used to hit that reverse corner from ridiculously far up in the front corner, and you'd think it was going to be a cross court, and he'd hit it right across, and you'd be off into the back left corner, and the ball would be in the front right corner. But he was one of the few. Once again, the width and the black hole of the back corner causing Anya real troubles. Oh, what a nice little unexpected boast there. That was not a defensive boast. That's an offensive boast played unexpectedly. Well done, Isabella. Yeah, good enough. I didn't like how upright she was, and it's a very choppy little shot, but I'd love to have seen her just get down 6 inches lower, but she's doing a great job, and I can't really complain about what Anya's doing, because she has tried to participate in this, but she just can't outlast Isabella's quality of width and length. Short too early. Oh, got away with it. Slight aberration from Isabella for that little boast, which was not a bad idea, but she was in the wrong position. 2-8. Right, width, length, half length, good lift, better length. Lift it again, good depth. Ooh, ho, 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 nice piece of wrist. There you go. Looked like it was going to be a boast, but no. I'm going to whip my wrist round the end. 3-8. Oh, and that unexpected volley boast. And as we've said before, Anya has this habit of sinking back like 3-4 steps behind the short line, and so it's very vulnerable to a short return. I think that was a nasty miss hit here. Boom, boom. I don't know how that went up, but it did. So, match ball to Isabella. There's the volley return that we've been needing. 5-10. Oh, that's very nicely put away there. She got herself nice and balanced. Alright, so that's a great match. Well played, Isabella Ronda for Middlebury, and unlucky Anya Anand. Anya, at least after the first game, Anya did make some changes and gave a better account of herself, but she just needs to work on those volleys and consistent length and being willing to work to stay in front for longer. But really well done, Isabella. I thought you executed that match particularly well. And so we're going to see that the result of this match is 7-1 to Middlebury with, oh, I've just realised, it's one of my former students, Eva Finney. And she's one down. Come on, Eva. No bias from this particular commentator. But at the moment, so it's 1-love to I'll see if I can pronounce this correctly. Kewal Ramani, I believe. Kewal Ramani. Anyway, so there's a chance that Wesleyan can sneak one back, but I'm sure that Mark Lewis and David Cromwell for Middlebury are absolutely delighted with this outcome. Oh, Eva's just stolen one back. Good for Eva. Speaking for myself. Yeah, great result, and you know, the coaches must be delighted that their players have really executed the team game plan consistently. The length was there in the matches that we watched anyway, and the volleys were there, a willingness to take the ball off of the glass side wall even though it's difficult. So really well done on that one. Alright, so we're going to sign off for a little while now. You can certainly watch the other matches, and please have a look around and see some of these other games. But we'll be coming back for Howe Cup, and that's the Division 1 of the CSA, and that is due to start at 11:30 East Coast time. Please go onto both the CSA website, CSA Squash website, and of course onto our YouTube channel, which we'll put up for you right now. There it is, and you can check what's going on right now. But on the college website, CSA Squash, you can also look at the draws. So Richard Millman for the time being signing off, and looking forward to seeing you again for our next exciting match in the CSA Women's National Championships at 11:30 East Coast time. Thanks a lot. Hello and welcome to the CSA National Championships, coming to you here from the fantastic Penn Squash Centre. I'm Richard Millman, and since 1995 I've been heavily involved in CSA squash, both as coach of Cornell back in 95 to 98, and as a coach and as national coach of the United States men's team, and as a fan of this fantastic engine that drives squash, not only here in the United States, but worldwide. This morning we're going to bring to you the first semi-final of the Howe Cup, which is Division 1 of the College Squash Association National Women's Championships, and it's going to be between number 1 seeds Trinity Bantams and the number 5 seeds UVA Cavaliers, who had a massive victory yesterday against Drexel Dragons. So we're going to turn it over and watch the introductions, but rest assured you're going to see a glimpse of some of the great future squash players playing here in college squash. Many of them will end up on PSA, and you have the opportunity to look into the crystal ball and see the future happening now. Well, there we saw the level of spirit and enthusiasm of these two teams, and it's not really a surprise at all. Trinity Bantams, coach Wendy Bartlett is in her 39th year as head coach. She is truly a legend and stalwart of the game of squash in this country, has contributed in so many ways beyond the coaching court, in her advisory capacities, as a barometer for the way that our sport progresses. Trinity, under her guidance, has won 15 consecutive NESCAC titles. Actually, they've won every NESCAC title since its inception. She's in the CSA Hall of Fame and massively respected by all in the game. Conversely, Mark Allen is only in his 5th year, but has made a fantastic start. Mark was 3 times British Universities champion, former coach of South Africa, national coach of South Africa, and on a personal note, I was very lucky to have Mark play for me when I was captain and manager of a professional team in the UK, the British Professional Squash League, that used to be the PIMS League, and he was a fantastic world-class player in his young year, and it was my pleasure to have him on my team. Yesterday, UVA did a little giant killing, and the Cavaliers managed to beat the Dragons, so I'm not sure that this feisty bantam that they're about to take on is going to be quite the same proposition, but I know that they're going to give it a good go. So the 2 players we see on the court on the right hand side for Trinity, Jana Safri from Cairo in Egypt, originally went to the Kent School, and she is a College Squash Association All-American second teamer from last year. And playing against her from Barbados, from Christchurch in Barbados, Megan Best. She went to Choate Rosemary Hall, and she's a storied athlete in her own right. The Barbados Olympic Committee, of course, sends a team for all sports to Pan American Games and to the Commonwealth Games, and the Commonwealth Games, which is the sub-Olympic game for the Commonwealth nations of the British Commonwealth. They honoured Megan as the flag bearer for the Commonwealth Games in Australia. Huge honour. And she has won 3 gold and 2 silvers at the Pan American Junior Championships. She's a first team All-American, and in terms of her play, as we saw yesterday, she has this tremendous weapon of a very fast forearm, and she can hold the racket and explosively change direction using forearm and wrist. Really great volleys to length, but it's that sudden change of direction with limited preparation that gives the opponent very little reaction time. However, with Jana Zafri, we are dealing with a world-class player, and I will be very interested to see how Jana handles Megan's explosivity and whether she's able to move Megan around the court and make Megan work on her change of direction. In her own right, she has tremendous racket skills, and so I suspect, and I may prove to be wrong, but I suspect this is going to be a match about Megan's capacity to keep her Trinity opponent off balance with her suddenness and precision to the back of the court, and just the very severity and tenacity of her squash versus Jana's all-round ability to play the ball very accurately to prevent being attacked, and her ability to manipulate her opponent. So an exciting match in prospect. These are the number ones, and as I have said earlier, this is a glimpse of the future, but it's a glimpse that you're going to get to see right here, right now. So, fabulous match in prospect, and I'm delighted to say that my dear friend Hope Prokop is the referee.
This is the Howe Cup semi-final match at the #1 position. Jana Safi of Trinity to serve, Megan Best of Virginia to receive. Best of 5 games, love all.
So here we go. Immediately you can see that Jana is going to take the front position whenever she can. And that was tremendous athleticism to reach across and control that straight drop volley. A little casual there.
Hand out 1-all.
Nice setup. Good technical skills.
Down.
A little upright and over the top of this ball.
Hand out.
Megan Best.
2-1.
Too tight, too close. So as always, we look for the players to settle, and at the moment it's a bit choppy.
2-all.
You know, I would have expected to see Jana maybe hit that ball
2-all.
deep. And I apologise, the scoreboard is not being
Stroke to Virginia.
kept up to date, but you can hear Hope announcing the
3-2.
score.
I'm not quite sure why the scoreboard isn't functioning, Mike.
Very, very early. Oh my goodness, full splits this early in the day. I hope she warmed up properly.
4-2.
Shows you the level of athleticism that you can expect at the top of the game in the college game here in the United States. See that sharpness of stroke there from Megan Best. And she's certainly taking the game to Jana, but maybe doing a little bit too
Hand
much.
out 3-4.
Easy movement there, Jana, to the front of the court. She's very nice on that backhand. I noticed she's using a lot of wrist, and she's got very good control of her fingers when she's playing that backhand drop volley. The error rate is much higher than you would want, and I suspect that this is because of nerves and, you know, the team spirit and enthusiasm and the amount of work that these players have put in this year.
Yes, let. 5-4.
So good start by Megan. Just a few too many unforced errors from both players so far.
Thank you.
You can see it doesn't do to underestimate Jana's movement.
I'm not sure why the scoreboard is working, but we'll deal with it later.
Megan's going to have to be careful that when she hits what's normally a very irretrievable ball for most people, Jana's going to get her incredible athleticism to work to get that ball back.
7-4.
Very nice, yeah, very, very empowered there. And again, the early prep, look at that early prep. I mean, even though she put that down, she gets the racket up, holds, and that gives her a mental picture of her options very early. This is looking scrappy, looking very scrappy.
And out 5-7.
It's going to be a lot of noise for Hope Prokop to deal with. There's going to be tremendous support for both of these teams. Yeah, very high error rate so far from Jana. She's really given 4 points away. Somewhat unexpected, I would say. That was a dodgy pickup.
No let.
Yeah, Megan's going to have to be careful not to go through the player, because Hope won't accept that at all.
6-8.
Oh, that's beautiful control. That is just deft. Look at the
7,
control,
8.
and you can see the setup. I'm always telling people football, and she's got herself balanced, poised, and a weight transference perfect. Early racket prep, angled, beautiful technical skills. Yeah, so that's going to be very hard work for Megan if Gianna keeps doing that, but she did very well to get there. Yeah, so, yeah, that's 2 good boasts that have worked, Megan, and you can see in the last retrieve in the front right corner, she was really struggling to get to that. So more than 2 or 3 of those in a rally, and she's going to really be in trouble. She can't leave the ball loose because
9, 8.
Gianna is just going to work her mercilessly. That's a very nice little wristy snap. I told you about the ability of Megan Best with that forearm and sudden explosivity, and there's a good example. But very awkward movement to the front of the court there for Megan. I mean, like, she won the point, but you could see if that happened 3-4 times in a rally, then she'd really be struggling. But at the moment, Gianna is making so many errors herself. Yeah, and Gianna's going to get upset with Megan.
Must win by 2 points.
With Megan's bumping into her. Megan's going to have to go to the ball. Hopes to shrewd a referee to sort of be beaten by that. That's a heck of a boast from there.
11-10, game ball.
And again, fantastic snap. Oh, she's giving it back to her. Oh my goodness, and she's giving it away.
12-10. Leads 1 game to love.
Well, that's a very interesting opening game, and I think that owes a lot to the tension and the concerns on behalf of both teams. I don't think either player really settled into rhythm, although Megan definitely took advantage of the errors and the shot selections, the erroneous shot selections, I would say, from Gianna in this first game. So, you know, in terms of chaos, I have said before that I think the best exponent of chaos is Megan Best, because she has these tremendous explosive sudden shots, and if she sees an opportunity, she really expedites very, very well. I feel as though Gianna showed that she's got the ability to take control of the rallies, but if she doesn't rally, then she's not going to be able to make the rhythm count against Megan. So congrats to Megan on really taking advantage of the opportunities in that first game. And if she could do it again in the second game, it might be enough to give her the tidal wave she needs to ride home this match on. On the other hand, if Gianna settles down and gets rid of her both errors and shot selection errors, it could be a very, very long ride for Megan. So here we go, second game. 1-0 to the giant killing UVA Cavaliers. Let's see what happens here. An explosion, but not enough width and length. See, the suddenness is great, but it's going to be suddenness and precision. Suddenness on its own is not going to be the player of Gianna's quality. Wow. Loose ball, punished. Here we go. Bang. Lovely. A half length again from Megan. She's got a really... Ooh. Gift wrapped.
And out 1-2.
feel as though there's really some nervousness still here in this game. That's beautiful use of the open shoulders there. And again, Megan's forearm, she's able to lay that racket back to make it look like she might hit a cross court and then hit the straight ball. Overstretching. Yeah, she felt she had to guess there because she was so exposed after that burst. No, she can't just go for the player.
3-2.
Yeah, if he leaves Jana short, Jana's going to be very happy.
Down.
That's a high error rate though for a world-class player. I'm kind of surprised she's still doing that. And that does play into Megan Best's hands. The short, sharp, chaotic rallies. Beautiful hold. Yeah, goodness me.
4-3.
That is a tremendous weapon. It's not just brutal, it's brutal with precision. Beautiful widths and lengths. Ooh, trouble.
That's
the correct decision. It's a shame that she slipped there. Because the quality of the ball wasn't bad. If she'd moved off it, she'd have been fine. 4-all. Still haven't really found out the respective... Well, we know what Megan's game plan is, but we haven't seen the execution of a game plan from Jana yet.
5-4.
Every time she's knocked at the door of a game plan, she's then either tinned it or made a bad decision. Good choice. Look at that. That is a beautiful backhand volley float. Complete change up. And, you know, a player of Jana's ability should know that a high cross court that's hitting the sidewall has to be volleyed. If you don't volley that ball, you're really asking for trouble. We know what a black hole this back corners are. These back corners are here on this court.
Yes, let. 7-4 on the right.
So I'm interested to see, you know, a world-class player like Jana, is she going to realise the importance of volleying these returns of serve? Beautiful hands, beautiful hands. Yeah, and she's tucking her head, tapping her head because she realises that if she takes the ball deep, she then has openings. But if she tries to go short too soon, then she just ends up in a lot of trouble. Float. Did well to get that out with the wrist. Choked up. It's decent length, not perfect. Ooh. Oh, that's stroking.
Stroke to Virginia.
Yeah, I knew that was going to happen because she'd left the ball loose and really stayed there.
8-5.
Mentally not there.
9-5.
Not willing to earn it. You know, trying to sneak her way in, and that just is all about Megan Best and taking advantage of that stuff. She just loves this choppy, sudden, short, you know, explosivity. and Megan at the moment is not being asked to move around the court at all. Two love, you know, easy meat, really. So coach, really, whoever's working with Jana needs to ask, you know, are you prepared to earn this match? Are you prepared to do the work required? Have you got the quality, width and length 3, 4, 5 times to the back of the court to tie Megan up? Even though Megan's difficult to tie up, but these players are capable of that sort of quality and tightness to stop a player attacking them with the third shot. So yeah, that's kind of given away. Not to take anything away from Megan, because she's really taking advantage of the situation. So yeah, here we go. What's going on in the match as a whole? Virginia winning a very tight game at the number 9 spot. 2 love up at the number 1 spot, and 1 all at the number 4 spot. So right now you'd have to say slight advantage to the Giant Killers. Can they kill a dragon and a bantam? We'll see. UPenn and Stanford just starting in the 2nd division. The Kurtz and Bowden and Williams also just starting. And we're ready to go. So this is kind of a big surprise to me in terms of the Trinity player. Not in terms of Megan, because she is just a class act, and you know, unless you take away her natural attacking tendencies, you're going to be in trouble. So here we go, 2 love. And we start out with a 10.
1 love.
Somebody needs to tell Jana she's not playing with her own money here. She's playing with team money. And decisions have to be made for the team. At the moment, really, it's all about
Stroke to Virginia.
It's all about individual performance instead of team performance.
2 love.
That ball needs to be buried to the back of the court about 50, 60 times for a rally that's at least 50 shots to actually rip the guts out of her opponent if she wants to have any chance. Not just to the back of the court, but up onto the short line, volleying the next ball to the back of the court, the next ball to the back of the court. Yeah,
3 love.
a loose ball 4 feet off the wall at shoulder height for Megan Best. You might as well put birthday candles on it. But that's strokish.
Let. Yes, let.
Very close, because she didn't move off it and the ball came back and scooted out the nick a little bit. Well, I don't want to appear biased, folks, but really, I mean, Megan Best of these 2 players is running a game plan, and her opponent looks completely lost and is certainly not running a game plan. Okay, 1-4.
Hand out 1-4.
Well, it's a little bit now or never. As long as Megan sticks to her guns and doesn't give anything away, that's a nice little boast. See, there's the movement being exposed, and that's what should have been happening from game 1. I know it's easy for me to say sitting here, but we're talking about the best university squash in the world, and some of these players are going to be some of the best world tour players.
2-4.
You've got to work out, if your opponent's got movement issues, how to take advantage of that and not play her game. There it is. Well, where's the tightness? Where's this ball? 3 feet from the sidewall. Honestly, It's a great feed. It's not a good squash shot.
Stroke to Virginia. You've got to give her access.
So what happened there is
Megan's
quality of width.
Giving her no access.
Megan's quality of width was so good that Jana had to lunge to get the ball, and in lunging she left herself just standing there. You got to get there to leave, not get there to hit, because otherwise, you know, Megan Best is going to come down on you like a ton of bricks. That's short. Yeah, she shouldn't have gone to that. She knows that.
Hand out. 3-6.
All right. Come on, Bantams. What have you got? Let's play some squash here. It's a good length. That's more like it.
4-6.
Good width. Good float. It's a bit loose, but it wasn't volleyed. I don't know why it wasn't volleyed. Oh, that's classy.
5-6.
Slotted. Right there. Yeah, that'll do her confidence a lot of good as well.
Stroke to Virginia.
Well, that's a bit of a cheap stroke, but on the other hand, it was a really average shot. You can't have average. This is the #1 players in the Howell Cup, the national championships of the best university squash in the world. She's just, I mean, like Megan has sort of taken advantage of that, but the ball's loose and she's just standing there watching her own ball. Oh, that's beautifully done.
9-5.
The return of serve with the post. I mean, it's like setting a player like Megan up. I'm broken record now, I know, but 9-5, 2 points from an unbelievable. 1 point from an unbelievable victory.
10-5, match ball.
It's huge. It's huge. It's just like dominance. First long rally we've had at match ball down.
And out 6-10, match ball.
6-10. Too little too late, I suspect, unless Megan gives us something. There's a loose ball.
7-10, match ball.
If Megan's Best sticks to process and just plays her game, she's won this match. If she starts thinking about the winning post, then she's in trouble. Good width. It's a little short. Good width. This is a good rally. This is what we should have seen in game 1. Good reach. Oh, look at that! Unbelievable! Unbelievable backhand! Oh my God, it's a ballistic missile that's gone across the court.
11-7.
Wow! What a win for the Cavaliers. Megan Best has just exploded and pounded her unsuspecting opponent. This is just absolutely spectacular by Megan Best, and many congratulations to her. She has executed, and to be honest, every player that we've seen this weekend from UVA has executed a game plan that suits them personally. So I can only say that the coaches and players are putting together a star team performance. That was really, really good. Okay, what's going on in the rest of the game? So that's a huge win there. The conversations in the other matches are really more of shared discussions. Trinity 2-1 up at the number 4 spot, and well up in the 4th game, so it looks like they may come through there. Virginia up at the number 9 spot, but they just lost the 3rd, so open question there. And then around the rest of the place, we got 1-1 with Stanford, we got 1-1 Amherst versus William Smith, and we got 0-0 and some close games with Williams and Bowdoin. All right, well, we're coming back to Malik Kamal, or Malik Mustafa, as she sometimes goes by, against, and she's from Egypt also, against the Mercurial Maria Moya from Ecuador. That'll be our next match on Court 1. But other than that, I just need to have a little decompression from the incredible play of Megan Best and the sort of frustration that Jana Safi must be feeling right now. Back for more shortly. Okay, folks, here we are for the number 2 position match between Trinity and UVA after that astounding 3-love victory for Megan Best for the Cavaliers at the number 1 spot. I can tell you that at number 4, Trinity have come back with a win, 3-1 competitive match. But right now we're going to see Malik Kamal or Malik Mustafa, depending on what she is going by. And she is from Egypt, and she went to the New El Quds International School, and she was a CSA All-American First Teamer last year, and she got to the semis of the CSA National Individual Championships. So a really, really fine performer, Malik Kamal. And against her, we saw yesterday this mercurial Ecuadorian, Maria Moya, and she went to the CB High School, and she's from Ambato in Ecuador, and she won the Women's Junior Pan American Under 23 Championships, and certainly performed very, very well yesterday. So this could be a very interesting match indeed.
Match of the Howe Cup semifinal. Malik Kamal of Trinity to serve. Maria Moya of Virginia to receive. Best of 5 games, love all.
And once again, Hope Prokop taking charge on the refereeing, which is great because she just doesn't take any nonsense and really keeps the game moving. Is always looking for a fair outcome. So she's a very experienced international referee, and great to have her here. All right, so we're starting out, I see immediately, with a more languid rallying style from Malik Kamal, and not sure what the best game plan is going to be for Maria. She's certainly got great strokes, and yesterday, I don't know if you were watching, but I was very impressed with her fundamental setup, her ability to bisect angles when she was given a loose ball. But unlike the first game, immediately we see both players working on maneuvering each other, and that's what I was hoping to see more of in the first game. I guess there was a lot of pressure on the opening match, and as a consequence we saw a lot of errors. But, what a great attacking shot that is from Malik Kamal. So 3-1, gone out to a quick lead. And there's quality, width and length. That's what we're looking for. Of course, she's a lefty, so makes it a little bit of an interesting prospect when you're building your rallies, because normally 65% of the game of squash is played down the backhand side between righties. Once you get to a lefty-righty conversation, it's a little bit different. It's not as different as you might expect, because lefties don't play 65% down their backhand sides because they spend so much time playing with righties. And you just get a slightly sort of messy setup, and you can't rely on the backhand just being rallied back with you when you play down to a lefty's forehand, because they have much more attacking instincts because they've got suddenness of throwing the racket. So right now, Malik Kamal's quality of width and length and the consequent lack of quality width and length to pin her down from Maria is, ruling the roost here quite comfortably. You see, that's a beautiful ball, very languidly played, and she is a languid player there. I love the style, and quite effective using her hands there. Yes, unfortunately that's going to be a stroke because she hasn't moved out of the way of her shot. Well, that's a little bit of a shot in the dark. paid off, but it's not going to solve the overall problems. There needs to be a systematic approach to shutting down Malik Kamal. That looks like a fault.
Stop! Stop! The serve was down.
Yep, it was a fault. And that's a freebie. You can't be giving those away.
9-3.
That's giving team money away. Unfortunately, there's a lot of whacking and not much placing going on from Maria at the moment. Beautiful float there. Good time management here from Malik Kamal. She's making sure she's playing at a rate that she can keep up with or ahead of. She's not playing faster than her own ability to be ready for the next shot. Very organised.
Left box, 10-3. Left box, 10-3 game ball.
Yeah, so really a wonderful, very competent performance here. I love that languid stroke. You know, it's almost like she's lassoing the ball, and at the end she can change the direction of her wrist action to make the ball go where she wants it to go. Well, that was very impressive by Malik Kamal, and unless Maria Moya can find much tighter quality and stop banging the ball, she's going to find that this very, very accomplished stroke maker is going to just feed off the ball that she is hitting to her. She needs to find a rhythm and a pace that makes the conversation more difficult for Malik Kamal. But yeah, I'm very impressed with her stroke work, her setup, her pace variation, her accuracy. So yeah, a very difficult challenge in prospect for Maria Moya. And you know, interesting because so far, as I said earlier, the Cavaliers have really, I felt, executed their game plans exceptionally well, especially when you consider the pressure of the situation. But this is a situation in which we need a change in game plan, and let's see whether Mark Allen and his coaches are up to implementing a pertinent game plan. Level.
Stroke to Virginia.
Just slightly loose.
Hand out, 1 love.
We'll give some encouragement.
Yes, let.
A bit fortunate there that she did hit her, because I don't think that drop shot was a good choice right then. Loose. Goodness me, that is a weapon. That is a absolute
Hand out, 1-all.
catapult coming down that sidewall there. Yeah, the late release of the wrist from Malik Kamal is very, very good.
Hand out, 2-1.
See, now that's what we saw yesterday from Maria Moya, is that very good setup and execution.
Yes, let.
Okay.
Ladies, stop. The scoreboard isn't updating, but the score here is good. Just so you know, I have the score correctly if the scoreboard's broken. It's 2-1.
Sorry about that, folks.
It's 2-1.
2-1. Pretty important, I feel, that the serve here is limiting and doesn't give a free hit. That was good.
Yes, let, please.
Right. A little bit of a kind of scruffy start. That's tight. Did well to pick that up. That was not easy. That's loose. Can't just bang it. Oh, she's rewarded there incorrectly. Malak Kamal should never have hit that loose little ball there. But at least the Cavalier has come back on with some sort of game plan, and you can see that she's tightening things up a little bit here. That was better width. Still a little quick for my liking. Means she's rushing and then she ends up hitting a slightly loose ball. There's a volley missed. Yeah, that one volley missed just changed the balance of the rally and put Malak Kamal back in the front, and as a result of a weak boast, I'm not sure what that is. That's good execution. You've got to cut those lengths off, otherwise you're going to be behind. This is good squash though, guys. That's a beautiful setup. Beautiful setup. You see how she's got to prep up and she's moved off the ball. You know, she didn't move off as much as she might have done, but on the other hand, Malak Kamal was late. So the combination rewards the good shot. Ooh, uncharacteristic. Goes down. So the approach play by Maria Moya is looking much more organized. The accuracy is better. And there's a little impatience creeping in from Malak Kamal.
6-2.
That's not rally construction, that's rally destruction. A little too early to go short, and she got punished for it. Yeah, so it's good. There's a good little mental battle going on here. They both know that they need to get the other player dominated at the back, but they're both a little bit tempted to try and seize opportunities too early. So, really an opportunity for mental toughness to take charge, whichever one of them can find that mental discipline without becoming negative. They've still got to be assertive, but they've got to be assertive to the back, get up the court and volley to the back, and force a looser ball from the opponent. It's good quality width on the sidewall there, but a great float and return. And short. Oh, that's cheap. You know, you haven't earned the opening, you're trying to buy something, and you haven't really paid for it. Great choking up, but she didn't get the... Ooh. That's a freebie. Thank you very much. I hadn't earned that, but you've given it to me. Good widths there. Yeah, very good width and length by Kamal out of that situation. That was late recovery by Maria Moya there. She was not ready to go before her opponent hit the ball. So she put the ball on her opponent's racket before she's ready. You can't do that. That's why pace management is so important. Lovely little change there in the wrist from Malak Kamal.
I'm sorry, it's a stroke to Trinity. She hit you, it affected
Alright, so both these players have got to really buckle down here. This is an important moment in the match. Oh my god, it's nearly a stroke away as well. Process, not outcome. Good athleticism to pick that back up with a nice float. Yeah, great angle, like I said before yesterday. Look at her cut this in. Very nice.
Hand out 8-7.
Invite her for Thanksgiving. She'll carve you turkey. Beautiful, languid little boast there. And the pace was so well organised as well. That's good cut. Late recovery. Gosh, she nearly got done by her own pace. See, she hit that fast and is late recovering. So she puts the ball on the opponent's racket before she's ready again. But, fortunately, she was rewarded with an error. 9-7. Oh, that's strokish. So she's really turned this round well. Right from the beginning of this game, it was notable that her width and length was structured, considered. There was a couple of times when she went for something too early, but generally, you know, as I said, these Cavaliers do orchestrate and operate game plans exceptionally well. Beautiful hands. Look at that. There's nothing on it either. It's a gut ripper.
Hand out 8-10. Game ball.
So not a time to be a nervous Nelly. Got to be disciplined here. Oh, great hands, but good pickup. Chopped it in. Bit loose. Whoa! Good night, nurse. Look at that. Pick the bones out of that one. Wow, well, that's a great turnaround, and credit both to Maria Moya and to her coaching team, because they have come back with a plan. And although they haven't executed it absolutely perfectly, they've really executed it well. And Malak Kamal, unfortunately, has not, has not recognized that change of plan and coped with it by being disciplined enough. And so she's given a bunch of points away. So it's setting it up to be a very, very good third game. What's going on? All right. Oh, unfortunately for Virginia, after a 2-love start, fantastic comeback by Cabello, or Cabello, whichever one of those two, at number 9. And they've won at, Trinity have won at number 4. They're 1-love up at number 6. So, yeah, Trinity doing very, very well. 3-1 to Pennsylvania. UPenn against Stanford, 2-1 to Williams against Bowdoin, 3-1 to Amherst against Williams-Smith. Yep, so exciting stuff. Back we go to this enthralling little matchup. And I'm confident in saying that these two players are very capable of going on to PSA in the not too distant future. And you know, another year or two of discipline, and they've got the athleticism, they've got the fundamental skill, they've got the pace control, they've got the tactical understanding. So I think you are, again, as I often say, seeing a little crystal ball into the future. That's a very nice hold. And the fact that that's hit the second bounce in the neck tells you what quality of accuracy there was there. All right, so looks like the game plan here from Trinity may be just, insert yourself a little bit more, impart a bit more pace, drive her deeper. Great width there. Ooh, good confidence. Oh, that's a bit loose. Loose again. Lucky got away with it. Great width. Great hands. God, she has got a lasso on her. Look at that. Boom. You don't know where that's going. It could go straight, cross, anything. Tentative. Oh dear, that had to be taken early. It's like giving money away. Well, that was good though. And see how she shimmied her hips around the side of this ball to get her 90 degrees. That's good technical skill. Alrighty. Oh yeah. You can't serve a loose ball like that. Come on. Find the spot on the sidewall adjacent to the opponent and make them scrape their racket. That's a loose ball as well. Great delivery of that backhand. And she's punishing her deep. Oh, that's a great response. Great response. Ooh, I thought she might go for a straight drop volley there. It's close to a stroke. Close, very close. She was late coming off. It was interesting. There was a couple of opportunities for short attacks in that last rally that they didn't take, and I'm not altogether disappointed with that. Great width. A bit more footwork needed here. It's overextending. Another stutter step, and she would have been balanced and ready to play. Yeah, it's sort of dodgy let, but it was a let, if you know what I mean. 5-2. Half length, nothing there. That looked out. Oh, she missed one of her favourites. A little bit desperate here. A little bit too point oriented instead of rally oriented. Yeah, that is a stroke because she's hit a half length and moved straight into the lane. You know, what could Maria do? She can't do anything really. Again, that serve just didn't do enough to give Malak pause. That's nice. Good float. Oh, red. She could have been in a lot of trouble there. Oh yeah, there's that's gravy on the turkey right there. She does love that shot, and she plays it so well. So still in the conversation. Yeah, well, that's a couple of meaty chops as well. The volley needed to happen there. Yeah, you can't ask for that. You've hit a loose ball, you've got to go and get it somehow. So this is nice. It's really kind of quite nice little tight competition towards the midsection, late midsection. I mean, that really didn't need to be played as a drop shot. It was good that she retrieved it, but we have this saying, the game plan is always the game plan. You know, you can't have a game plan and then some ball comes along that you think, oh, that looks nice, I'll just completely forget my game plan and I'll go for this. You've got to stick to that game plan with discipline. Pick up. Oh. 9-6. So the early part of this game, I felt Malik Kamal did a really good job of more penetration to the back of the court with more firmness, and I felt as though that paid some good dividends. There was a couple of unforced errors that were not so good, but generally I thought she did execute a good game plan. 7-9. Loose ball and a nick. But again, she's got the proceeds of a very good penetrative length on the return there. Game ball. Good length. Yeah, she's working that length. Oh, cheap. Yeah, well, that's a giveaway, I'm afraid. But, you know, it was a giveaway that was born of early pressure in that game from Malik Kamal. I thought she did a very good job to come back out after the previous game and really turn that round. Yeah, so that's a really deserved third game win for Malik Kamal, I think. And, you know, the Cavaliers and Maria Moya, I think they've got to go back and say to themselves, you know, I didn't show enough discipline to stick to the game plan. I was looking to win cheap a couple of times, and you know, because I focused on the outcome instead of the process, I ended up making mistakes. All right, 2-1. Let's see how it ensues. So the great thing about this CSA National Championships is you really do see team squash, and you know, the two players have gone off the court and they've been surrounded by their teammates, and hopefully one person, whether it's the coach or a trusted teammate, has, you know, asked the player what they think and has then made one or two maximum suggestions and then made them repeat the game plan, and they've come back on here ready for business with a clear picture in their mind of what they're going to do. That's great team squash, and that's what we want to see. And I have a habit of saying that squash is always a team game. Even if you're playing individually in a tournament, you are representing the team of your coach and your parents and anybody that ever cared about you, who is... Got a little dispute here. Racket was left. Oh, walking off the court. Don't want people walking off the court.
No more discussion. Play let.
I think it's a fair outcome. So we're going back to 2-love. Can get a bit heated because of the passions involved, of course. Stepping in early to take that volley.
Yes, let. Yeah, give her access. Two love.
Yeah. Let's hope that these players don't focus so much on trying to get results out of the referee that they forget the game plan that they're using.
Yeah, 1-2.
Takes a lot of discipline and focus to execute these game plans against quality opposition. So you can't get involved in exterior conversations. Oh, she got nice and low for that. Good width. Good hands.
Stroke to Trinity.
Yeah, because she stayed there.
3-1.
It was a difficult situation. She didn't have many other choices. She might have flicked the ball down the line. Beautiful width and length. Good wrist again. Oh, yeah.
4-1.
Well, so when she played short here, she should have moved right up, because it's just too far to the front of the court with this dead front wall. Great start by Malak Kamal. She really is organising herself well here. It's good width. Forced back wall boast. Oh dear. Those boasts very nicely played. I love, again, it's that languid maintenance of pace. There's just enough to get to the front wall, but it's not bouncing much more than that. Terrific start.
Yes, let.
Okay, 5-1. This is really well executed squash so far from Malak Kamal. Goodness me, what a tremendous cross-court that is. I mean, that's Megan Best-esque. It's that late, sudden forearm snap. Just gives you no reaction time. Oh, there we go. That's an impassioned shot. But can we follow it up with a game plan? Again, that boast is just a gut ripper. It's beautifully executed squash by Malak Kamal. There's no net
Yes,
there. Ooh, hope. You and I are not on the same page on that one. That rolled.
7-2 on the right.
But there you go. That's why I'm a commentator and not the referee. Loose. Great change. That last minute wrist snap. Oh, just went to the well one too many times. She's had so much success with it, I don't blame her. So well executed. Been so easy to just put this into the tin, but she just took the pace off of it and guided it home. 8-3. Oh. Equally, that's the favourite shot we know of Maria Moya, and she just hits those angles into that front backhand corner so well. All right, so can she stop the rot? Again, she's hit that angle well. It's great recovery. Wow, this is great. If she wins this point, strokish. Malak Kamal wins this point, she's done very well because she was in trouble and earned her way out of it. That's stroke.
Trinity.
As I said, extremely well done. Because she was on the wrong end of that. A little impatience of youth there. 5-9. The sunset has almost gone on Maria Moya's game here. She's just hanging on in the twilight. But she is hanging on. Time for a bold heart. Pop out.
Yes, let.
I think it is genuine let, but that was by the skin of her chinny chin. Oh, there you go. Have some of that, since you've done it to me so many times. (7-9). Good athleticism to get up there for that lob. That's a good float, and it was unexpected. I think Kamal was sort of guessing a little bit there. 8-9. Oh, this is a bit of a turnaround. The sun's coming back up. Oh, wobble. A wobble. Straight into the base of the tin. A wibble wobble. I wonder if she'll now steady the ship. She knows what to do. She's been doing it really well. Oh. Fine margins, folks. Fine margins. Match ball now. Could have been game ball. Bit nervy. Beautiful width. Look at that cut. Oh, that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. But it was genuine stroke. It's just, you know, she just needed to get out of the way. Well, very well played, Malik Mustafa, whichever one she prefers, because there was a really good team effort from Maria Moya to come back and solve the problems with a good game plan. And even in this game, Maria Moya, you know, stuck to her guns in the end and had a good chance. But Malik Kamal implemented her own game plan and really put pressure to the back of the court. The quality of the width and length added to sniping when she got the opportunities with that wonderful lasso of a whiplash that she's got on that racket, and she did a marvellous job to take that match. Okay, so Trinity in the driving seat now, 3-1 up, and in the other matches, in the number 6 match, they're 2-1 up and slightly down in the 4th, and they are 2-1 up and all square in the 4th in the number 8 spot. So looking pretty good. And then we have Noran Youssef and Lena Tamam, an all-Egyptian affair, next on our court number 1. Okay, folks, don't forget you can go online to YouTube and check out all the other matches on our YouTube channel. There's the URL. Back shortly for the final match of our coverage of this fantastic match between Trinity and UVA. Okay, so we've got our final match of our video coverage, and that is going to be the number 3 for Trinity, Nouran Youssef from Egypt. She went to the master's school in New York, and she's a captain, and she's a College Squash Association All-American second team player from last year, US Junior Open champion, 4-time Arab Open champion, and she won multiple JCTs, so a very accomplished player. Against her for UVA, we saw her yesterday, Lena Tamam from Alexandria in Egypt. She went to the International American School, and she took 3rd place in the Egyptian Under-17 Championships, which, as you'll appreciate, is a pretty formidable championships. So a strong player herself. Trinity looking strong now in this matchup. There was a moment where there was a little bit of uncertainty because they had lost the number 1 spot and they were 2 love down at the number 9 spot, but their number 9 player valiantly came back to win in the 5th game. So here we go. I guess we've got a referee coming up.
Trinity versus Virginia, best of 5. Virginia to serve. Love all.
So Lina Tamam serving, and let's see what she can do against the powerhouse that is Nuran Youssef. It's a very nice boast out of the nick there. It's 2 good boasts, but that one was ably covered by Nuran Youssef.
And out 1 all.
A very authoritative volley deep and wide. Nice little change of direction there. Clearly, Nuran Youssef is a very good athlete. Her movement so far has been very good. And that was very well executed. Nice setup, early racket prep, and very low to the ball. If you were watching earlier, I was mentioning the importance of getting your eye level down as close to the level of contact as you can at contact. She did that exemplarily. So it's quite an athletic first few rallies here. There's all court fast squash going on. This tempo kept up for 3 games, there would be a lot of tired legs. Nice hold, nice change. Yeah, loose ball. Again, that authoritative volley, I've seen that twice now. I really do like that. Punched away, wide and deep. Excellent technique. Tool.
Down, low.
Always down. Just a little suspicion that Nuran Youssef's technique deep in a back corner might be a little suspect. The way she squatted down and didn't turn sufficiently into that back corner. But we'll see if that is actually true. What a great width. She does like dominating that ball. It's very similar to the volley. Loose on the return, and again, authoritative deep drive. We've been talking about this all morning, the importance of setting up or establishing that barrage of quality to the back of the court to establish yourself in front, and she is really doing that spectacularly well at the moment. Curse the commentator, of course, she rotates through this boast, which closes the racket face, and it's almost guaranteed to go into the tin when you do that. For all. Lina Tamam has done very well, and she's capitalised on the opportunity she's been given, so I don't want to make it seem as though it's all about Youssef. Good mobility. Yeah. She was on the wrong end of that rally, did very well to win it.
And out 5 all.
There's that loose ball on the cross court again. She's got to watch that width. She's got to get the ball to the sidewall.
It's down. Ball's down. Virginia's shot is down.
Oh, I don't know about that. That was a very nice looking pickup to me. I may be wrong.
And down 6-5.
6-5. Very, very close.
No left.
I can't particularly agree with that one because the ball was up for a long time and there was nowhere to run. It's a great width.
No left.
All I can say is that the player needs to be a little more demonstrative.
Sold up.
I think that could well have been a safety let there. But, all right, 6-7. Beautiful angle. Maybe should have gone for the straight ball. Yeah, it's good pressure, very good pressure. She's built out on the back of a very good drive straight to the back of the court. And Nuran Youssef could never get back into the rally after that. With a half-length return there from Nuran Youssef. Oh, that's over-ambitious. Over-ambitious, and you see afterwards she points to the back of the court. She knows that should have gone deep. Good width and length there. She did well to pick it out the neck. Good half volley. She's lucky she didn't get a stroke there because she stood on it for a long, long time.
And out 8-all.
Still all tied up at 8-all. Width. Loose. I don't know why Nuran Youssef was appealing on that. First ball was comfortably up.
No left.
Well, Lina Tamam has hung around, kept her interest in, and has put herself in a pretty good position. What? That's a loose half-length ball. Well, that's why I'm the commentator. I know. Really key moments. Again, good authority deep from Nuran Youssef, but countered very well there by Lina Tamam. It's a bit short. It's close to a stroke. Width and length. Tight. Loose.
Just let.
Getting a little bit scrappy on the decisions here, and so I think they're sort of clutching at straws a little bit. Loose ball. That's out.
No left. It's no left. 10-9.
10-9, game ball. Bit of an ugly end to this game because of the decisions and the interferences and the consequent desperation of the two players. Oh, it's very well executed.
Down.
Very well executed under pressure, I would say, as well. 10-all.
10-all.
Let's sort of adjust result there, I think. It should go to overtime this game, I feel. Oh, cheap, cheap, cheap. Earn it.
Count 11-10. Game ball.
Did well to get through to get that.
No let.
Oh, yeah. Again, that's
Game to Trinity.
a real strength of
Trinity leads 1 game
Nuran
to love.
Youssef. He sets herself up on that backhand side, very balanced, and can really drive that ball deep and wide to open up the court. So extremely well done. But a good opening game, I felt. Apart from the argy-bargy on the lets and strokes, which was a bit unfortunate. But I feel as though both players started off with a good game plan. You know, they're trying to dominate the length. They're trying to get in front, take control. And so one of the best competitive beginnings to any of the matches that we've done so far, I think. We'll see what the coaching teams can come up with. But I suspect that if they keep their cool, these women, that we are in for a real treat. More soon.
Trinity leads 1 game to love. Serving. Love all.
So, in the first game of this match, we saw both players trying to establish a quality length. It was a powerful length rather than mainly focused on precision. But it certainly established control for whichever player managed to get to the dominance in front. That's too early to be going short. So this situation here is where Nuran Youssef has been hitting her really authoritative length off the volley, and you saw Lina Tamam try and go for a quick, cheap winner. If you establish a barrage of high quality, consistent length, not only does it put you tactically and strategically, positionally in a good place on the court, but it really preys on your opponent's mind because they start wondering how to get out of jail. So it's all about getting the opponent to feel like they're your slave. Whereas if you keep letting them out of jail, they're encouraged to believe that they can take control of the situation. Good width, not quite enough width. So it's a very, very good boast, but even there, you know, she's won that point, but for my money, it's a little early. It's more about winning points than it is about winning matches. Winning matches is about completely achieving total breakdown in your opponent's belief.
No lad.
No, that one was dead on the back wall.
And down 2-5.
2-5. So at the moment, definitely Noran Youssef has been the dominator, and Lena has been looking for the short ball a bit too early. I don't know why she's asking for a let here.
3-5.
Almost got done there because she wasn't connected to the ball after the serve. Fortunately, such a good athlete, she picked it up. The depth isn't there. Well straightened, good use of the wrist. Good depth and width. There it is, that authoritative attack.
Down.
But, you know, on its own, it's not enough to win the point, that authoritative attack. But it does psychologically cow the opponent, and they feel a little more desperation. And you saw there on that drop shot, Lena didn't really need to play that drop shot. She really needed to play the ball deep again, but she's gone for a desperate drop shot, feeling as though she had no other option.
7-3.
I really like the way that Malak Kamal is earning openings. There's that width and length again. Yeah, very, very rhythmic, balanced length. Little half length there, not so good. That's a nice lift. Oh, that's Dream World, I'm afraid. You can't be doing Dream World.
8-3.
And so that's what I mean, you know, she's gone for that, you know, crazy shot from that situation because having been dominated, she feels like she's got to do something extra special. She's not going to do something extra special, she's got to do something solid.
9-3.
Yeah, again, authority on the volley to the back of the court. So many players make the mistake of trying to play short off that volley, and all they do is they give up the front position and control of the court. Good pick up. Oh, you should have gone and got it.
Just let.
But even that, the fact that Lena didn't go and get that, it speaks to me of the mental state she's in. Yeah. And that, you know, there's no argument, just capitulation, being dominated. Dominated by quality, that's what we have to remember. Look at that float, that's a quality float.
Stroke.
Yeah, she misread this. She's too slow to take it. She'd been in there while the ball was rising on the first bounce and just flicked it to the back of the court. Quality. Yeah, a little bit lucky there because she just didn't quite set up right. It was a quality shot from Lena Tamam. I can't take anything away from that. Nice pick up. And a very nice lob indeed. Body language needs to be positive though. You see Lena walking around shaking her head. You know, she's back in there at 6-10. You know, get a couple of points on the board, see what you can do. Too early. Oh, that should have been a stroke. Oh, yeah, the head shake. That's, you know, that head shake is a direct result of the quality of the length barrage set up by Noran Youssef early in that game. I mean, really very good, authoritative length, giving rise to Lena Tamam feeling dominated and a little bit desperate and not sure what to do. So, you know, one of my viewers asked, can you explain in detail the importance of length? Well, obviously it's positional, obviously it's time management, but most importantly it's psychological. It is sending the message to your opponent that you can keep them in jail for as long as you like, and then they need to break out. Well, there's a win on the board there for Virginia. Coming back from 2-love down, Sydney Maxwell. Wow. I heard a lot of screaming out there. That sounds like a good one. But Trinity now only one away from victory and getting to the final of the Howe Cup. Fantastic effort by Virginia, who weren't supposed to get past Drexel and did so with flying colours. What else we got on the board? Number 5 has just started at 2-all. Number 7, Maureen Foley won the first against Jana Ashmawi. And we've got this one on the board. But this one, at the moment, it's all in the hands of Noran Youssef, who is really playing exceptionally well, disciplined, good game plan. Oh,
Stroke.
Not a good decision. That's seeing the winning post a little early there. All right, so let's see what ensues in the next few rounds. Yeah, it's all a bit desperate, isn't it? It's going short too early. But there's a good cross-court float. And I did say earlier I had a little bit of a suspect about the technique that Noran Youssef has in that backhand back corner. And there we saw case in point. Good width. Good width. There's that authority I was talking about earlier. Look at that. Get your protractor out. You won't get a better angle than that, bisecting. That was pretty good by Leah Tamam there as well. Yeah, so again, on the back of the quality length to the forehand side, she's gotten a loose ball that she's been able to take advantage of. It's a good comeback, 3-1. A little bit of desperation from, curse the commentator.
And out, 2-3.
You got to ask what's gone through her head there. Where's the game plan? That's strokish. Yeah. Well, it has to be a stroke because she stayed on the ball. And there's no chance for Lena Tamam to play the shot. But again, it's that outcome orientation, worried about winning a point instead of building the game plan. Loose. Good authority.
Down.
Very good recovery there by Lena Tamam.
5-2.
And I don't want to be a broken record, but I have said several times that this Cavalier team is so good at finding a game plan and working it. And generally, apart from the occasional lapse, it looks as though Lena Tamam has come back on here to do the business of the team. Not just to be an individual flailing around whimsically, but making decisions that she would want her teammates to make if she was the one off the court watching one of her teammates on the court. And that's a great part of this amazing CSA squash institution. Great width and length. What a great return there. Wow. Excellent turn round here from Noran Youssef.
Hand out, 3-6.
That's loose and wild.
Stroke.
Yeah, it is a stroke because she walked across. If she'd stayed out of the way, she'd have had a chance. She's still got daylight at the moment. If she works her game plan, she's got a chance. If she does something whimsical, less so.
Five, six.
Short too early. It's a good rally. Very tentative, very tentative. Again, tentative. Good length. That's a good hold. Good wrist there across. We don't see that often from Nina Tamam. That was a nice little hold. So what I'm worried about is that she's so desperate she's going to go short too early.
Hand out 6-7.
6-7. The lead she had is evaporating. The game plan is always the game plan. Good width and length. That's a great lift there by Nurhan Youssef. Pick up. Still alive. Still. Oh, strokish. Ooh, close. Very close. She does stand on her drop shots sometimes, Nurhan Youssef. Obviously, you know, she gets to the point where she wants to win without having her opponent get the ball back, even when the ball's loose. Loose ball.
Just let.
Yeah, I don't like all this chit-chat with the referee, but I can understand it because the passions are riding high.
Stroke. Stroke.
Yeah, but again, you see when she hits this shot, she stays on it. She should be moving off. She's thinking too much of outcome instead of the next shot. She's not moving to get into position for Nina Tamam's next shot. That's a good shot. It's a good shot. Wow, last minute reprieve here.
9-6.
Body language doesn't tell you that she feels confident about taking it, but she's there. Oh, slots it, slots it. Goodness me, you need a can opener to get that one out.
10-6 game ball.
Kind of a reticent game ball. Good authority, good straightening. Oh, you see, that's, you know, I mean, she can look at Nina Tamam all she likes, but she's all about playing a winner instead of playing the rally there. So, coaches for Trinity need to have a chat with her and tell her, play the game plan, because her game plan was working fantastically well. She was in charge. And, you know, even at this point, Nina Tamam, who's done extremely well to win this game with quality, width and length like that, she still isn't in the driving seat. She doesn't look like she really believes it. She's sort of operating the game plan with a little reservation. And unfortunately for Nurhan Youssef, she's sort of given her some encouragement. So whoever comes back on this court and demonstratively executes the game plan and takes charge is going to win this game and the match. Let's see. Coming up in a minute. It's all getting a little bit exciting. I'm hearing noises from the other courts as well, so I'm not sure that this team match is over yet. I think it may come down to this match. I may be wrong. We can check afterwards. But anyway, 2 games all. Very important last match. Very authoritative return of serve there from Narayan Youssef, but equally a good length from Lina Tamam. They both seem to have come out meaning business and with desire, with a lot of desire. If we don't see anything else but this rally, the coaches have done a fantastic job.
Stroke.
That is a tremendous opening rally for a 5th game of 2 determined quality athletes. Well done both. That's loose. Gotta be. Oh, come on, where's the swing? Bang, into my body. How can I swing there? Yeah, okay, well. Hope it doesn't disintegrate into these nervy decision situations. Oh.
Hand out, 1-all.
She was going to ride the wave of the first point, but then I'm afraid dissipation has occurred. Good width and length there, though. Oh, cheap, cheap, cheap. Earn it.
2-1.
Who'd be a coach? Need some belief here. Not only belief, but practical execution of the game plan.
3-1.
Well done to Narayan Youssef coming back from that very tough opening rally that she lost in such a demonstrative manner. Oh my word, what a great ball from there. Yeah, body language not telling me that Lina Tamam is really up for this and believing it. Strokish. Yeah, this could get away from her in a hurry unless she really G's herself up. You gotta want it. You gotta want it and believe it. There's no doubt about that with Narayan Youssef. She wants it and she believes it.
Still that. There's another path to the ball.
Yeah,
You had another path that you could have taken to the ball.
she's looking depleted and accepting. She can't accept it. Again, she's playing with team money here. Come on, where's the team money?
7-1.
Such a good 4th game. She's really sort of fallen away here. The authority's gone. Narayan is really... Oh. Noran, don't let me down. I was just about to say how authoritative she was being and taking charge, and she sticks it in the tin. That's the second time we've seen that. That is a quality shot.
I saw it up.
That's good. That's right. Beautiful shot. It's a good shot.
I'm sorry, I saw it up.
It was a good shot. The thing is, Noran Youssef is questioning it, and the body language from Lina Tamam looks like she's also questioning it. But it was a good shot. Wow.
Just let.
But she looks apologetic. She doesn't look like, I want this. This is mine. I'm taking charge. It's tight. It's a good ball. Good ball. Look at that. Squeezing that angle. Boom. Second bounce in the neck on the sidewall. You can't do better than that in terms of accuracy. It's a little half length, all trouble. Oh, well out. And again, good shot, Noran. Yeah, you've got to go to that ball. You can't just be blocked out and ask for that. They won't give it to you. Picked up. Oh, trouble. Did well. Yeah, good length. Yeah, she's stamping her authority on this fifth game, Noran Youssef. And I have to say, Lina Tamam is sort of letting her. You've got to be in the conversation if you want to win it. Tight ball. Oh my God, how on earth did she get that out? That is amazing. That is by the skin of your chinny chin chin. No, that ball's not down. That ball's up. Dear, oh dear, oh dear. These are the breaks, unfortunately, folks, sometimes. And it was a terrible mishit, but it was up. I mean, it was a mishit because of the quality of Noran Youssef's shot. Oh dear. And that was the end of the story. Match ball. Well, that's better, but you know, we needed that sort of belligerence 4 or 5 points ago with body language to go with it. Not the downcast, shoulders drooped. Good authority from Noran Youssef again. It's great width and length. Trouble. Great pickup, Lina.
Out of court.
Well, that's bravery. That's good bravery.
No match.
Oh, disappointment shake hands. Yes, well, all credit to Noran Youssef because she wanted it. Her body language told us she wanted it. She didn't always earn it, but she definitely always wanted it. And you know, in situations like that, that second point, you know, I believe Lina Tamam deserved that. But when Lina Tamam looks back at this tape, she's got to say to herself, if I get these opportunities in the future, I am going to show body language that gives off the impression that I really want this as much as my opponent, that I'm going to take charge, that I'm going to be authoritative. So that was really unfortunate because she had a good chance there, but I have to give great credit to Noran Youssef for a determined performance and good game plan execution. All right, so here's the situations 5-2. Trinity have won the match with that match that we just saw. And we have 2 other matches still on. One is at 1-1, and the other one is at 2-1 to Trinity. So that will be the end of our video coverage of this particular match. This afternoon we have the other semi-final, which will feature, let me just make sure before I tell you the wrong thing, it will be Harvard, I know, is one of them. And Princeton. Apologies, of course it will be. So it'll be the Crimson against the Tigers, and that we will start off at 2:30 East Coast time here in the United States. So just to finish this particular match off, and just a few comments. I really appreciate the massive team effort that the Cavaliers put in there. They haven't come out on top this time, but consistently what we saw was players on the court executing on behalf of the team and coaches off the court. That's magnificent. When you get players who are able to go on and play with team money and to the best of their ability produce what is asked of them, you cannot ask for more than that. Conversely, we had tremendous quality from Trinity, and they also have demonstrated the ability to execute these game plans. So we're really coming down to the sharp end now of this national championship, and what we're seeing is incredible student athletes. Remember, these people are full-time academics, really working as hard as they possibly can on developing their academic programs and all the research and the other extracurricular programs that they're involved with, as well as being elite world-class athletes. So massive kudos to them, and if you're a supporter of one of those teams, commiserations if you're a UVA fan, and congratulations to Trinity Bantams. But this afternoon we'll do it all again, and if Princeton and Harvard, which I'm sure they are capable of, can execute the game plans in the way that these two teams did this morning, then wow, what a credit to the game of squash and to the powers at work contributing to this CSA National Championships. So it's me, Richard Millman, signing off for the time being. Come back and join us again for the second semi-final at 2:30. Noon, ladies and gentlemen, and on behalf of the College Squash Association, welcome to our second semi-final of the Howe Cup, which is the first division of the Women's National Team Championships. Very exciting afternoon in store with number one seeds Harvard going up against their long-term traditional rivals Princeton. Two fantastic coaches with wonderful reputations and two teams filled with talent, world-class, world-ranked talent with great reputations themselves. We're coming to you live from the University of Pennsylvania Penn Squash Center here in Pennsylvania, and I'd just like to welcome you, and also, while I'm welcoming you, thank David Pullman, the Executive Director, and all of his team for bringing together again this wonderful championships. We're going to turn you over now to the court to see the team spirit and the introductions of the two teams. So here we go with this second semi-final of the Howe Cup National Team Championships, and two teams that are very used to battling with each other. Last time out, Harvard got the victory 7-2. Just a word about the two wonderful coaches of these two teams, two head coaches anyway. First of all, Gail Ramsey. She is a national treasure, I think it would be fair to say. A Hall of Famer. This is her 29th season as head coach at Princeton. She's won 5, or she and her teams have won 5 national championships, 4 Ivy League championships. She herself, when she was a student at Penn State, one of those very, very rare individuals to win the national individual championships for college 4 consecutive years. She then went on to also represent the United States, and beyond that has been a wonderful influence on all aspects of squash and college squash. And I always like to relate the fact that every team I've ever seen that she's brought along, apart from the quality of their squash, which is undoubted, she has been beloved of that team. And I was lucky enough to be at her induction to the Hall of Fame, and that came across very strongly. Her counterpart today, also a legend, my countryman Mike Way, originally from the county of Nottingham, rival county to me, but we're of a similar age and grew up playing very similar players. He has had a stellar career as a coach. I believe he joined Harvard, I believe, in 2010, so I believe this will be his 13th season. And prior to that, very well-known coach and advisor to some of the top professionals in the world. In particular, he was coach and advisor to the great Canadian world number 1, Jonathan Power. But with Harvard, he's had a stellar career. I believe he's had 9 national titles with his women's team and 5 with his men's team. So both coaches extremely well respected, and as such you could expect that their organization, their machine as it were, will be really well tuned. And just as we saw in the previous semi-final with UVA and Trinity, I expect there to be real execution of game plans and really organized squash. Now the two players on the court right here, they are some amazing players in their own right. On the left for Harvard we have Marina Stefanoni, currently world ranked 61 or 62. So again, one of these amazing people who is running a full academic program at Harvard, whilst still good enough to play at the top of the world game. She was, I think, number 1 in the United States under 19 for 4 consecutive years. Certainly from the age of 13 or 14, she was a standout participant in the international game. Her opponent, who we saw yesterday, Molly Chadwick, originally from, I believe, Toronto, St. Clements. She, apart from being number 1 here for Princeton, put together very good performances yesterday, and I think you can expect to see a very organized game from her also. So a great match in prospect, 2 teams represented by 2 stellar players, and I think you're going to really enjoy, once again, getting this little glimpse into the future of the women's game. So I think Marina Stefanoni for Harvard will be serving. As Michael, our esteemed photographer, gets to the front with his magic box. And oh, I should just quickly remind everybody that you can go to see all of the other matches online on our YouTube channel, and you can see the URL in front of you. So I think you're going to see from Marina Stefanoni very efficient movement, very short back lift, and great deception, a lot of holding, and a willingness to really drive her opponent to the back of the court. As we said earlier, this court very dead in the back corners, and also the two-wall boast is very difficult to pick up. It's dead at the front of the court, so those people that don't volley will be in trouble. But anyway, let's see how it settles down in these first few rallies. Immediately we're seeing quality length and excellent holds. If you were watching earlier, I was talking about how important it is to have a short swing when you get to this level, so that there is little reaction time to the opponent, and Marina Stefanoni superb at holding and then delivering punch, quick explosion. See it there. And so there's no warning of big movements in the body, and the opponent has to be very quick to change direction. Beautiful length. Great half volley there. So Molly's doing very well to just hang on in this situation, because she's being attacked almost like a pin cushion, having pins jammed into it, with these stinging attack shots from Marina Stefanoni. Very, very psychologically difficult to defend against. There isn't much to hit. You're doing more retrieving than actually attacking yourself. Yeah, so great discipline from Marina Stefanoni for Harvard so far, and difficult for Molly Chadwick to know what to do. The most important thing is she's going to have to get tight and maybe take some pace off the ball, but easy to say because the speed at which the shots from Marina Stefanoni are directed and misdirected keeps you constantly off balance. There's a good width and length. So a little reprieve there. She gets a chance to stamp her authority on the game. Dangerously close to a fault, but I think it was okay. Extreme calmness from Marina Stefanoni when their opponent's about to hit it. So many players start guessing and hedging. But, partly born of how much experience she's got at the highest levels of the game. Very difficult to fluster Marina. Look at that beautiful snap there. You just don't know it's coming. Boom. And before you know what's going on, it's bounced twice. So the quality of the width and the length, superb at the moment, and really putting Molly under some pressure. Lovely angle. Hitting Michael's photo box. So 6-1, really first class controlled attack from Marina Stefanoni. She just broke her wrist a little bit there and missed that one. Oh my goodness. That was extremely well played.
7-2.
That's what I would call a squeeze boast, when the ball's really on the sidewall and you have to allow your racket to flail against the sidewall, but she did it in such a controlled manner. Good width and length from Molly Chadwick there. Well, she was defending, so she needed another ball to the back here, and she's tried to go for an attacking shot. Difficult to attack when you're already on the defensive. 8-2. Lovely setup, but that's a good line from Molly Chadwick. But trying to get too much out of the situation. 9-2. That's well played, well played. That time the boast worked Marina, but it wasn't tried so much to win outright. Good angle. When I say good angle, I'm talking about a ball that's a little way away from the sidewall. And there, as you see Marina doing, the players bisect the angle to bring the ball into the sidewall. Nice hold from Molly, making it look as though she might hit the straight ball and then using her wrist to bring it across the court. 4-9, coming back into this game towards the latter half. Just so calmly executed by Marina there. She could equally here have stung it to the back of the court, but instead she's caressed it just with those feathery fingertips into that front right corner.
Down.
Game ball, and there it is.
To Harvard. Harvard, 1 game club.
So, as Sheldon, our referee, just said, 1 game to love to Harvard, and really, apart from maybe one drop wrist catching a boast onto the tin, it was a flawless performance by Marina Stefanoni. Molly Chadwick for Princeton, really on the back end of a very, very nasty runaway train at the first sort of 4 to 6 rallies, but did come back with some good width and length of her own, but a couple of times had opportunities to establish herself in the rally, and rather than play another length, somewhat desperately tried to play a short winning ball. She needs to stabilize the operation and get Marina stuck at the back of the court. Easily said, but a rather fearful situation when you know the quality that Marina can produce. Okay, 1 love to Harvard, and we'll come back for the second. Be interesting to see what the Princeton coaching machine and team support have been able to do for Molly, and whether they change things up, and whether Marina continues in inexorable style with that wonderful length and severity of accuracy that she's already started with. Beautiful angle. You could see ball was maybe 3-4 feet away from the sidewall, and she absolutely cut that angle, bisected it like a geometrist. Good wrist. Very poised, Marina Stepanoni. Oh, that is another squeeze boast, purposefully played. Goodness me, that is a good shot. So it was a nice boast from Molly, but she couldn't cover well enough to attack from it.
For love.
Again, very poised Marina, really excellent fundamentals, early prep, great balance, weight transference, wonderful. See with Molly there's a little bit more activity with her technique, and so because there's a little bit more muscular activity, there's a little more warning. And really she's playing catch up a lot of the time, unfortunately, Molly. She needs to organise the pace to suit herself and move off the ball to be ready for the next shot a little earlier. That's well played. That's a very good width. Saw her opportunity. Second bounce in the nick, which is what you're always looking for on those wide attacking deep balls. Maybe a little touch slow on the first step there, Marina, but she was able to pick it up fine.
And out 6-1.
And again, the reverse from Marina, the second bounce nick to the forehand side. Nicely choked up, using the wrist to straighten that ball out. And again, good deception there. She drags her opponent forwards and then takes the ball back. It's like the push me, pull you shot. Or more of a pull you, push me shot. Beautiful execution. See how poised she is here. Sets up 90 degrees, cuts the ball. Very nice. Very low level of risk there. When you get your body down that low and you play that drop shot upwards, you've got 15 feet of court to play with as a margin of error, rather than the people that hit the ball downwards towards the top of the tin are only playing with 2 inches. Good pick up there, because it was a lovely shot from Molly. But again, well, she's stolen a point there, but I feel that she really does need to wrench Marina's body around the court much more severely and much more in a prolonged manner if she's going to get anywhere in this match. That was well taken out of that back corner. Yeah, Marina giving that ball up. But yeah, a couple of times Molly's had some good success there with the wrong footing boast, and Marina just a little bit pedestrian taking off to that ball. But there's the game. And again, really great plan, execution of a game plan. You know, absolutely no fault at all. A couple of nice shots from Molly, but not a game plan that is troubling Marina at all. So 2-love, and a very comfortable and competent performance from world number 61 and Harvard number 1, Marina Stepanoni. Elsewhere, obviously we've seen that Marina Stepanoni is 2-love up against Molly Chadwick. The number 4 spot, Serena Daniel, had a close 11-9 win in the first game, and at number 9 for Harvard, Molly Stoltz, 11-4. Other matches going on, very early days, 0-0 Cornell and Columbia, 1-1 at the number 4 spot there, and Siva Subramaniam, the world number 18, is 1-love and 9-3 up against Frida Muhammad from Columbia. And Yale against Drexel, again very early days, 1-1 at the number 4 spot, and 1-love to Drexel at the number 1 spot, and 2-love to Yale at the number 9 spot. Anyway, back to our match, and Marina Stepanoni in her wonderful and balanced, almost balletic style of squash. Good risk to get that ball out of the back corner. Nice bounce in the step as well. You can see it's not just a question of, you know, the robotic repetition of class. There's real enthusiasm there as well, and I'm sure that this team experience with this Harvard team is bringing something to her squash that's different to things she's experienced in her long and storied career as young as she is. Molly trying to play that length, which is great to see. She's working really hard to do it. She's kept her in the rally for a long time this time. Oh, well, that's tremendous. And it shows the enthusiasm Marina has. You know, she's fallen over on the floor, and Molly looks to be in charge of that rally, and yet Marina just grinds back there, plays a great length, and wins the point. But credit to Molly Chadwick there for actually extending the rally and really making Marina earn it. Squeezed off the wall there. It's a good attack there from Molly down the forehand sidewall. She's definitely come out on a mission this time, Molly Chadwick. She's not just going to settle for second best. Well played. That's a superb rally.
And out 1-all.
Yeah, and so, you know, that first rally has also run into earning her the second rally.
And out
That
2-1.
loose ball didn't help at all there, but yeah, but much better start from the Princeton woman. Oh, not quite the squeeze boast that she had in the first game.
Ball.
Just ran her racket face over the top of that ball, which just dragged it down a little bit. Good hold and change there by Molly Chadwick. Got there very early. Good work to get that out straight. And again, good cocking of the wrist there to get herself to straighten the ball. Yeah, and this is more promising from the Princeton number 1.
3-2.
She's finding some length. Not capitulating. Good deception. Really nicely done.
4-2.
A little daylight. That's a little bit of a loose ball from Marina Stefanoni, so maybe the work that Molly Chadwick has put into her at the beginning of this game paying a little bit of dividend. Oh, I think maybe a stroke in there. So this will be a lot of encouragement for both Molly and the Princeton team if she can keep it going. Good length there. Ball barely coming off the back wall. It's a good attack. Oh, it's a lovely width there. I don't know what she's asking about here, I'm not sure. Not 2 bounces, no. So Marina having to work quite hard to work her way back into this game, but doing so with wonderful length there and width. That ball fading into the side wall, again, a masterful piece of geometry. And again, look at that. There's nothing you can do with that ball. I mean, that is just disappearing into the abyss. Thousands of hours of practice have gone into being able to hit those angles under pressure in the national championship semi-final. Yep. So, sort of back to the beginning of the first game a little bit here for Molly Chadwick. She's on the wrong end and, you know, struggling to just keep going. Beginning of this game, she had lifted the ball and really made Marina work to the back of the court for a much longer period of time, but a couple of times she's hit short, and as soon as you hit short to Marina on the short line, which is the line going across the tee, she can do so many things to hurt you. You've got to keep her wrapped up in those black holes, those jails that are the back corner. Right there. That is jail.
Out.
Oh, a little loosey-goosey. A little frustration, I suspect.
9-6.
That's better, right into the back corner. It's got to stay there for a long time. And again, you know, immediately Marina's able to take the ball early. She's going to do damage. That one's a little loose. That's great. Yeah, absolutely beautifully executed. The boast was not played to win. The boast was played to move, and she followed up with a volley. Look at that great length. It is a barrage of quality. There it is again. I think that ball actually went out. Oh, a little bit of showboating at the end. What's going on? That's the first loosey-goosey shot we've seen from Marina. And that's the match. 3-love. No disgrace, Molly Chadwick did a very good job in this game of trying to come out with something different. But it was always a one-way street, and the superb performance of Marina Stefanoni, execution, movement, balance, deception, a very complete squash player, and a treat for us to watch. Okay, so we'll have a quick look and see what's going on the other courts, and then we'll come back for our number 2 match on this court. So, what's the story? Well, 1-0 is the story. Harvard against Princeton. And still the other courts are yet to determine an outcome. Oh, I tell a lie. Dartmouth have won the first match against Tufts. 3-love at number 9. And Farida Mohammed has beaten. Oh my goodness. I did not expect that. Farida Mohammed has beaten the world number 18, Siva Subramaniam, 3-love for Colombia. Wow. Okay. And what else is going on? Nothing else going on at the moment. All right, so we'll give you a little rest for a second, and then we're going to come back and see Andrea Toth against Saran Nguyen from Harvard and the UK, Andrea from Vancouver, Canada. Thanks a lot. Okay, so we have our number 2s coming on the court now, and they are Andrea Toth, and she is from Vancouver, BC. She went to the J.N. Burnett High School, and we saw her playing yesterday. Very rangy player, and playing against a countryman of mine who I have never come across before, and I apologize to her and her fans for that. but I am very old and she is not. But she is currently ranked PSA number 103 in the world. She's from Manchester in the UK, and she went to the Trinity C of E school. C of E, for those not from the English neck of the woods, Church of England school. I went to a C of E primary school a long time ago. Anyway, so this will be interesting because these two did not play in the regular season. Saran Nguyen played Lian Teo, and Habiba El Dafarawi played against Andrea Toth. So new matches to both of these players, and it'll be interesting to see how they do. Okay, so if we're ready to go to the screen here, and on the right you've got Saran, and on the left you've got Andrea. So Saran is going to be the server, and not sure what to expect other than this is a quality player, world ranked, and under the guidance of the Harvard team and Mike Way, who you can see just through the cloudy glass on the right hand side with a big H on his chest. So doubtless a disciplined, highly trained performer, as of course are the Princeton players under the very successful, very experienced guidance of Gail Ramsey, who you cannot see just outside the glass. So here we go, and let's see how these two players settle in and what their game plans are, what their attributes are. We know that Andrea has got great range. She's a tall woman. Immediately I see Saran's setup is early. I love to see early prep. Tells me that the mind of the player is operating ahead of the game. She slightly fell over there. Okay, but the racket head is above the hand all the time. It's excellent. Well, except between points there, it was dragging down by her ankles. Very nice recovery and very, very sharp looking in her front position when she recovers. Very nice short swing. As we've talked earlier today, these advanced players, once they've got great basic fundamentals, can then shorten and make their swings very explosive, and so the opponent gets very little reaction time, very little time to read, and that's what I'm seeing here from Saran. Oh, a little off-pace ball there, reminiscent of Jonathan Power. Andrea playing quite well here. Oh, unfortunately just left a loose ball for. Yeah, so tempting to go for that attacking short ball that early in the rally rather than making the player go to the back of the court again. Lovely, that's reminiscent of Marina Stefanoni in the previous game, finding that angle and that ball disappearing into nothing at the back of the court. This is nice rallying and very good vying for dominance, driving the opponent to the back of the court whilst trying to gain the front position. I'm a bit disappointed she didn't play that, really. She was really hoping for the referee to win the point for her, instead of actually having to do it herself. 3-all. Just caught Andrea there with the racket. It was on the follow through, so I assume it will be in that. Oh, it's very nicely executed. So she had a lot of width here to work with, and so again, there's that lovely bisecting of the angle. Good return there by Andrea. Good angle bisection there by Andrea, but she's followed up with a mistake. If she could have followed up with a nice deep drive into the back corner, then she would have done some damage. Very good poise you can see on Sarin. Good movement as well. Just a few too many loose balls from Andrea, I'm afraid. Got to maintain the quality for much longer if you're going to do damage to a player of this caliber. The number of cross courts that are volleyable at the moment that Andrea is playing, it's unfortunate. Not sure if she's going to give a let or a stroke there. Just kind of surprised because the ball was bouncing up quite high, but no let given. Really appreciating how early Sarin is onto these volleys. As if you were listening earlier to my reggae squash song, no volley, no win. No volley, no win. Got to volley if you're going to really play at the highest level. And if you let volleys go by, well, I'm afraid you're going to be on the wrong end of the game. Yeah, that's a couple of times now Sarin has fallen over backwards as she's hit the return of serve. Just a little more footwork required. Early racket prep to give you a read of where the ball's coming, and then the little stutter steps to really make sure you're balanced and you can transfer your weight into the ball as you back out. Big difference between backing out and falling out. That's a little loose on the cross court from Sarin. Late to move off that ball as well. Andrea's holding her feet to the coals a little bit here. Well done, Andrea. That was very nicely executed. Backhand quality. Yeah. She got away with not volleying that because she could see the balls coming off the back wall, but otherwise I would not recommend it. So a game ball here to the Harvard number 2, and she has executed her game plan very well. Not quite as well as Marina Stefanoni, but still very, very admirably. And I'm really liking Sarin's setup, her ability to hit and bisect these angles, and particularly her volleying skills. Really, seeking to actively cut off even quite good widths. Andrea, on the other hand, just not maintaining the quality of the width and length for long enough to put work into Sarin's legs to make Sarin doubt. Sarin still full of confidence. So that's the situation after this first game. Let's see again what the Princeton machine can come up with to help Andrea. I did like that one rally where she held Sarin's feet to the fire on the backhand side and just maintained quality, and in the end Sarin coughed up a loose ball that Andrea was able to drop very nicely. That may be a place where you might say there are gold in them there hills if she's able to maintain that quality. We shall see. Game. 1-love to Harvard. And somewhere we need to get Andrea in front and staying in front for a protracted period of time if she's going to shift Saren out of control of this match. Well, there's the right situation. She's got her behind her. Not quite good enough width and length, unfortunately. Very nice execution there, though. Very nice. So you see that Saren didn't get the bisected angle there. She didn't fade the ball into the sidewall, which left a loose ball that Andrea capitalized on. And there's a great ball to nothing. Absolutely, yeah. So that faded away, put tremendous pressure on. So looks like we've come out meaning business with a good plan. And yeah, she's definitely got the Harvard player on the back foot at the moment. With some uncertainty. 3-1, what a good start. Good length again. Oh, hesitated. Should have made that count much more. Or gift. Lucky to have a gift. But that overhead where she hesitated, that should have gone right into the back corner. Yes. Looks like she's really thinking about getting this depth and pinning the Harvard player into the back corner, and she's getting dividends. Saren, meanwhile, needs to work out how she can get in front and stay in front and not make unforced errors like that. There was no rally construction in that rally. That was purely an attempt at getting a cheap, quick point. And so outcome orientation versus process orientation. And that puts pressure on the executor of the shot instead of on the opponent. It's good width and length. Now she's in front. Yep, so roles reversed there. A couple of nice lengths from Saren, and suddenly Andrea's on the wrong end of it. 2-6. Not too late for Saren, and not too late at all for Andrea if she can continue to execute the way she has in the first half of the game. A little bit of a miss hit, second miss hit. Not quite good enough length. Going to find quality here. It's all a little bit of a lottery. On the roulette wheel there a bit. Well, it's a winner. But it was a bit of a blunt instrument. 7-3 though. Back to the quality. Oh, that's a whack. No let given? Kind of surprised there. I would say that Saren maybe could have gone through and got that though. 8-3. Nice hold. Nice little bit of forearm suddenly changing direction. Oh, loosey-goosey, Andrea. You can't give that sort of encouragement. You've got to stay tight, make your opponent earn it. Nice setup on that volley. Too many cross courts. There's money for Andrea on the backhand sidewall. I believe, if she really sets up properly and sticks to it. But Saren doing a great job now of getting back in front and ruling the roost. It's got to be deeper. It's the right side, though. That's out. So, yeah, maybe Andrea can just sneak this one. I mean, I say sneak it. I mean, she was always in command, but she was sort of in danger of giving it away, but she's come back. Whoa. Yes. Yes, indeed. Look at this wrist. Snap. Beautiful. Oh, that's a very clever little shot. Oh, she should have maybe taken the stroke there, I think. She's won it. She's won it. Well, that's a very, very good comeback game. All credit to Andrea Toth and the Princeton team for working out a good system to come back on after having lost that first game fairly comfortably. So now, over to the Harvard team. What are we going to change? And likewise, how can we get the Princeton team to have Andrea maintain and even improve on that excellent game plan? Wow, so stuff has happened since we have been away. So 3-love at number 4 to Serena Daniel, and 3-love at number 9 to Molly Stoltz. So that's a 3-love lead at the moment. Princeton are up in one match, number 8's, and it's 1-1 obviously in the one that we're watching. What's going on elsewhere? 2-1 Columbia lead Cornell. And 3-love Drexel against Yale, 3-love Dartmouth against Tufts. As a former Cornell coach, obviously I have a great interest in that. I'm hoping that we can do well, but I see that when Lee Lai, one of our great players, is down as well, one game. Back to the match that we're really focused on. And a wonderful turnaround there by Andrea Toth. Really used her skills and her determination to change the way the game was going. Let's see if she can continue in that vein. Very early to be going for a poke to the front of the court. She did so well working the backhand wall tight and deep. Saren, meanwhile, in the first game was so disciplined at maintaining control of the front of the court, getting in on those volleys. That's a nice little post. So she needs to get back to that point where she rules the roost and is a yard further up the court than her opponent, and doesn't make errors when she thinks she's got a cheap opening. Sometimes it's worth not winning the point when you think you've got an opening for the sake of doing the work that hurts the opponent and, you know, psychologically damages them. It's not about winning points, it's about winning matches. It's a great pick up there by Andrea. And again, just a bit too interested in the outcome rather than using that drop shot to further her position in the rally and then add to the pressure. So there's a stall mentally after hitting the drop shot. That's very nice along the sideball. Oh, that's loose. Yeah. So it's so tempting to get sucked into playing short, whereas if Andrea had played long again there on the backhand sideball, she's doing really well on that backhand side. That's where the money is. 3-all. Better return a serve there from Saran. Loose ball though. What a good pickup from there. Not too sure what that was. Well, I eat my words there. That's a very good width considering where Andrea was. 4-3. So I don't think either player has quite decided to commit to a game plan. They go so far and then they get tempted into trying to do something that gets them a cheap, quick point, which actually often adds fuel to their opponent rather than to themselves. 4-all. Who will settle? Tight. That has been Andrea's domain, so it's a shame to see her mishit that ball. Setup wasn't good enough. Right, Andrea's trying to get that height and width again. Quality just isn't quite the same as it was with Marina Stefanoni. Extremely well calibrated machine, the Stefanoni machine. 6-5. This will be sort of very good for the Princeton heart, the optimistic side of it. Andrea's holding her own. Not quite setting up right on that backhand side, just opening those shoulders and it's dragging it out from the sidewall instead of keeping it glued. And I feel Saran just isn't really finding her marks. It's all a little bit uncertain instead of really being directed and focused. The targets need to be consistent. Yeah, difficult. Yeah, that was better work. I felt that Saran didn't stop after she played her first attacking shot. She followed it up looking to play another one. So that's rally-centric thinking instead of shot-centric thinking. Little bit of a fortunate one. Slightly closed racket face, just dying very, very quickly. 8-all. So somebody needs to really keep their cool here and play quality. Got too close to that ball. Late prep, running straight at the ball. 9-8. Andrea looks like she's going to ride her luck here. Good chance of it anyway. Good pickup. And she's gone for that long ball. I mean, it's the right choice, but not well enough executed. Good volley. This is better. That's a bit half length. That's good length. Good wrist. What a great wrist, Andrea Toth. Fantastic. Look at that. That's out of nothing. Eat some of that, my friend. Game ball, 10-8. Well played, Andrea Toth. That is a tremendous turnaround. Great credit for keeping it cool and to a large extent playing the length when it was required, not playing too much cheap stuff. So, Saren, what are you going to do? I suspect that you've got to really work on the quality and the cleanness of your timing and execution, because at the moment too many of Saren's shots are kind of okay, but not really savagely doing damage to her opponent. So she's got to twist and turn and surgically be sort of more of an incisor. She's just sort of coughing a few medium balls up to her at the moment. So 2-1, interesting game, and I would say the balance is with Andrea Toth at this moment. She's really maintained her poise, and she's delivered, and Saren looking a little uncertain of what she's doing at this moment. So we'll see what the Mike Way machine can come up with. I would say that if Andrea just continues with the quality length and some searching ball into the back corner, she will get the opportunities she wants. We'll see. But if Saren can get the length going and keep Andrea like there behind, then she was going to turn it round, I think. Very tight. Loose. Chopped in a little early though, didn't really make her pay for the loose ball. That's what I liked about Marina, is that if there was a slightly loose ball off of the first approach length, the second approach length made it even more unpleasant. That's strokish, I would have thought, because she's moved into the line there. If you look at that, it goes play, move, not move, play. Two love. Very tight. It's like I said before, you know, it's a money area for Andrea down that backhand sidewall. I don't know why she doesn't work more on that sidewall, because when she gets herself set up, she plays it very well. Good wrong footer there. It's a little bit tough if that's going to be called a stroke. I'd like to see Saren's racket up, ready to play. Yep. Little domination going on here now. Boom. Little head fake, I always enjoy. Right. Both players need to settle down and find their rhythm and consistency. Again, that setup isn't quite good enough. She's just not turning enough. It was a better setup, but pace wasn't required, accuracy was required. I feel as though the Harvard player, though, is executing the team instructions fairly effectively here. She's definitely looking to dominate and get the ball. Ooh, hello. What's going on there? Yeah. I mean, Andrea has got a fantastic wrist, but I don't think she should have just caught the ball there. But as I was saying, I think the Harvard player is, to a certain extent, executing the game plan given to her, and has managed to take the front position whilst using controlled, quality, length to get in front. It's a good ball. Got to be volleyed though. Player of Saren's quality knows that they've got to volley that ball before it hits the floor. Good quality cross-court float has to be volleyed. Can never be allowed to hit the floor. 4-6, so Andrea's not gone away. It's a nice lift. And again, oh yeah, she did volley at that time. Opened up her shoulders, closed the racket face. Has to maintain that 90 degrees as she comes off the ball. Just these little technical changes, you know, with a summer's practice, can change so much of your game if you're prepared to do. Oh, it's a beautifully executed shot. Now this is good technical squash. Look at it, 90 degrees, chopping, moving off the ball, controlled balance, everything you want. Oh, that was a hack. 6-all out of nothing, really. Well, it's 6-all out of nothing in terms of the situation, but she had done some hard work to get to there. 7-6. Don't like that cross court. Yeah, I keep saying Andrea's money is straight down the backhand line, and that's where I think should make the game. 8-6. Well done, Saren, though. Pressing the advantage home. Another cross-court return. Oh, that's unfortunate. Done all the hard work and hit the ball back at yourself. 7-9. Andrea still hanging around just to see if there's anything that she can pick up. Great wrist from there. Really, that is an extraordinary ability. That is not a common ability at all. And again. Nice little boast. Yeah. Yeah, caught the movement of the Harvard player out there and really well set up. You saw how early she was prepped and she could hold it for a long time. 8-9. Good lift. Not quite enough width on that ball from Saren. Good width though from Andrea there. Oh, went to the well one too many times. Wanted it without earning it. Difference there that time was she wasn't prepped and set up and able to hold for a long time. She tried to rush it. Why go for that cross court? Well, despite my criticism, there was a very good effort by Andrea Toth there. I'm just sort of letting my heart appear on my sleeve about what I think she is so good at, which is down that backhand sidewall. And in Saren's case, I don't think it's her best game of squash, but she has played with team money. She has gone out there and done the job that she's been asked to do. And for that reason, she's still in the match. There's still work to be done, and both players are capable of executing better. Albeit, I do understand that we're in this very, very sensitive and passionate situation of a national semi-final with your whole team around you, willing you on, begging you for, 110%. And so that's not always easy to deliver. But they've both shown that they can deliver, so let's hope that this next game, they both deliver at the same time and we get this exciting finale to this particular match. Okay, so back in a moment. So, who can keep their cool, who can not put the ball in the tin, and who can keep the ball reasonably tight? Oh, it's a nice little cut there. Nice little cut there. So it was on as even up until the winning point there. There was nobody had done anything egregious, and nobody had done anything wonderful. Them's the rubs. Yeah, she does go for that cross-court return. Lovely width. Oh. She's got herself the opening. She had to work Andrea there, not give her the point. But there you go. Easy for me to say. That backhand return of serve this summer needs a lot of work. It's just inconsistent and she's off balance. Now, that shot was the shot that was needed on the rally previous. It's just the working ball, and that was beautifully played. Another working ball. Yeah, that's good quality. Oh yeah, it's a very nice angle. Yeah. Signed, sealed and delivered. Junk. So a good start by Saren here, very good. Good length there. Oh, that's quality. A little bit more footwork needed there. Andrea just got done for time there, ran out of time. Well, you're right. You got to volley that ball, but her prep followed the ball into that corner instead of preceding it, so she didn't have thinking time. Keeps dragging it across the court. I guess she feels she gets results from that, but I love her down the backhand. Nice volley. Gonna volley that ball. Oh, good wrist skill there to get out of the trouble. Yes, that's very sensible. Low risk, lots of movement. Yep, very nice. 6-2, that's a very good lead in the fifth game. Good width there. Again, gone for the cross court. Tight. Very, very, very tight. 7-2. This is good work by the Harvard number 2. Oh, how casual. Yeah, I'm just going to stick that in the neck. Whatever. 3-7. Again, she fell over on that return of serve. She's on her heels instead of on the balls of her feet as she's coming out, and her head is not towards the ball. You've got to volley that ball. Look at that situation you've put yourself in. Done well to get out of it. That's good attack. That's a Marina Stefanoni kind of quality, authoritative shot. Good flick from there. Good pick up in the way. It's a good rally. Very, very well played by Andrea Toth there, because she was on the wrong end of it for a long time. She stuck to her guns. Brave. Well done. Nice straight return. Really? That's pretty impressive. The cross-court top spin kill. 5-7, within shouting distance. Oh, it's very nicely played. She did set herself up really well for this. She managed to not get sucked in too close to the sidewall. And she's feathered it in there instead of trying to make it a winner. Good hold, very good hold. Very good wrist there by Andrea. So she's staying within touching distance. It's only a 2-point piece of daylight. Snap balls hit the sidewall and come out again. That's quality. Not enough length. Oh, cheap! From behind her opponent. Yeah, going for Hollywood. 7-8. This is where the metal meets the road. The rubber meets the road. Next metaphor. Good pickup. Oh, wow. Good get. Oh. Andrea. Needed pressure. That's a great look at that angle on that ball there from Sarin. Just, again, like Marina Stefanoni, fading away to darkness. 9-7. Both players need to be disciplined here. 10-7. Match ball. So it's on the Harvard player's racket. That's a good volley to the depth. Good width. Ooh, trouble. That's it. Well played, Sarin and Guillaume. You had to really sort that out because Andrea Toth played very, very well in parts of that match. And she herself sorted out her game plan and executed very well. So I had said before the last game that I hoped both players would find some of their best squash at the same time, and I think we were treated to that. I think it really was a very good performance. I don't think Andrea let the team down at all, and I think Sarin delivered very, very nicely when it really mattered. So altogether, very good team performance by both players. Congrats to the Harvard number 2, and commiserations to the Princeton number 2, but a good match. Oh well, Harvard has won the match. 5-1 it stands, with that win at number 8 from Glazer against Huffman, but that's about it at the moment. We have our last match coming up for today. Lien Teo from Princeton against Habiba El-Dafraoui from Harvard. Meanwhile, Columbia ruling the roost against Cornell. My apologies to Columbia fans, but I'm not happy about that. And Dartmouth 4-love up against Tufts, and Drexel have beaten Yale 5-1. Okay, so we will come back shortly for this last match in the Harvard-Princeton match. Obviously, Harvard are going to be going through to the final. Congratulations to them and their players and their coaching team. But we will come back to see the number 3 spot match in a few minutes. Okay, so coming back now for the third of these Princeton versus Harvard matches. Just find my notes and discover who we've got for you. So we have Leon, sorry, frog in the throat. Leon Teo from Bayan Lepas, Malaysia. She went to the Heng Yi school, and she's going to be playing against Habiba Elda Farawi from Cairo in Egypt, who went to the American College. Habiba was number 4 in Egypt under 19, number 3 in Egypt under 17. That's a pretty tough school. And we saw Leon Teo playing yesterday, very accomplished player. The match, of course, is over. Harvard are victorious. They've got 5 so far, but I'm sure that Leon Teo will be playing for honour for her team and playing just as hard as if the match was as yet undecided. And I haven't yet seen Habiba El Farawi play, so I'll be looking forward to seeing what she can come up with. So it's Leon Teo serving, and this is our last match of today of these amazing semi-finals. Okay. I can hear better. Okay, 1-1. Yeah, very nice setup there
2-1.
by Habiba. And I hear my friend Mike Riley is refereeing. Most experienced referee that we have in North America, I believe. Former squash professional and a former real tennis professional as well.
Left side, 2-1.
Great friend of mine. So 2-1 to Habiba. And very nice poise. I love the setup. Oh, she's
3-1.
doing all the things I like. Getting down low, eye level, right down to the ball. Beautifully executed. I like Leanne's athleticism. She's really lithe and you know, bouncy on the ready position, and she's hungry. I can see that she's hungry. She wants to get on with the game and take the game to her opponent. That's very nice control out of that back corner. Good use of the wrist and fingers. A lovely little boast. Good delivery there, very sudden delivery by Habiba. Yeah, she's good. Habiba, you can't tell from her preparation what she's going to deliver.
4-2.
That's a very nice little wrist slap there. Yeah, 4-2. Great prep. A little late on the prep there.
And now 3-4.
If she'd been earlier in the prep, she would have read the ball earlier and probably made a better decision about when to execute the shot. As I've said to you before, racket prep is like, you know, a little glimpse into the future. It tells you where the ball's going to be, what your options are, where to intercept the ball, where your opponent is, all kinds of things. If you don't prep early, you get none of that message in a timely fashion. Great
Down.
preps.
4 all.
I'm not sure if Michael Riley can see into the future, but he seems to be going down before the ball hits the tin. That might just be the time lapse on his mic. Or time lapse on the court's mic, I beg your pardon.
Down.
Now that is quite interesting, actually. The
5-4.
video picture is very, very fractionally behind the microphone of the referee. So rather than Mike Riley being prescient, it is that we're slightly behind him. Although it's possible he is prescient, he's an extraordinary man. Yeah, just very slightly
6-4.
off balance when she hit that shot. So good turnaround by Leanne Teo there. She's really stuck to her guns and suddenly managed to produce
7-4.
enough pressure to get some nice mistakes out of her Harvard opponent and has a 3-point lead. Well, that's
Now
good delivery.
5-7.
That is very good delivery from there. And Leanne Teo herself has got a very nice forearm snap. She holds the ball well on the forehand side and suddenly delivers with severity. It's a very good setup there. Look how much she's turned before the ball comes off the back wall here, Habiba. She's turned so much that she can deliver all of her body weight behind her wrist here. I really love that. If you are keen to improve your backhand back corner, I would recommend that you watch this young lady. Look at that severity of turn. That is quality. What a great rally. Now then, it's a squash rally right here. Excellent. Well done, you guys. You keep that quality up. Lovely little slide. Yes, very well done. Now that's a proper squash rally that players have earned their position with, or are earning with. First loose ball. That's real work. Ooh, I think she missed a trick there, Leanne Teo. I think she could have had the... She was up there so far, she could have had the sudden little drop with some deception. It's a great rally. This is the best rally we've seen all day in terms of duration. Questions are being asked and answered by both players.
This will end up in a let.
Thank you, Michael Riley. Was a great, great rally and well delivered at the end.
8-5. Other right.
And did not end up in a let. But that was a beautiful rally, and both players were really logically playing to a conclusion there. 8-5. That's well straightened because she'd slightly gone the wrong way. This might be my favourite match of the day so far. Great width there.
Down.
Oh my goodness. Now, that's the first technical fault I've seen her make, is that she actually sunk
9-5.
down as she executed the shot instead of getting down first. Low before you go. Don't go and then get low. 9-5. I'm really appreciating with Leon Teo just how much latent energy there is there. There's a threat. You know, just in her physicality, there's a threat all the time.
Good line.
That's a good
And
one.
6-9.
Possible intercept on the volley, though, if she jumped across there. But body language counts for a lot, and because Leon Teo is looking very athletic, it's a fearful thing.
Ball.
Game ball to Leon Teo with an extremely well delivered game plan. Good width, and another excellent width from a difficult situation. Well delivered little volley boast there
And
as
out
well.
7-10, game ball.
Yeah, definitely the game of the day for me so far. Loose.
8-10, game
It's a
ball.
terrific boast from back there. But all, I'm afraid, manufactured from that slightly loose return of serve because she didn't get a 90 degrees, didn't get properly turned, poked at it. Look at that shoulder turn. Oh my God, she should be an advert for backhand. Whoa! Smoky! Little top spin to help it on its way there. Yep, very nicely done.
9-10, game ball.
Body language not quite so overtly, you know, offensive there from Lentia. Well done. What a comeback.
10-all.
What a comeback.
By 2 points.
A little tentative attitude there from Lentia. I'd like to see her just get on her toes a little bit and be ready to take the game to Habiba. Great. I'm just, you know, I know you're probably fed up with me talking about it, but I'm just enamored of this backhand of Habiba's. Ah, that's a nice little round the wall boast. Very nicely held. Yeah, that sort of reassured her a
game
little
ball.
bit there as well. Well reached. Good rally. A little wider. Loose. Good pick up. Whoa! What a great width and length.
And out 11-all.
This is real work, folks. Quality and stamina required. A little slow on the movement forwards there, Habiba. Got there. Might ask Leon to test her again.
Down.
Oh my goodness, that was capitulation.
12-11, game ball.
Capitulation. She really knew what she needed to do and she tried to foreshorten the thing cheaply. No volley. Good width. Good width also.
Down.
Well,
13,
a lot of
11
credit there to
into
Habiba,
Hubbard,
because she was in a
18,
lot of trouble,
love.
having been up, got down, and just stuck to her guns, and the quality of the width and length has really paid off a great deal there. But both players really playing some
Pretty
exceptional rallies
They
there.
give her a 10-6 start.
But that was very good, very good. Yeah, so yeah, I'm enjoying both of these players. You know, lots of energy, good quality, willingness to rally. Obviously, cognizant of playing with the team's money, not just with their own money. Here to do a job for the team. You know, everything that you love about, you know, world-class college squash, all in one little game there. So let's hope we see some more of that in this next game. Okay, here we come. Hopefully, more of that excellent squash we just saw. Oh yeah, nice step in. She was all over that. This is a hunter. Look at that. Feed me.
Not up.
I'm not sure if she could have got up and volleyed that, but as it happens, the quality of the width and
Not
the
all.
length made that superfluous. But good movement. A little loose. Yeah, there's definitely a little bit of an issue with picking up the boast for Habiba. Her movement is not as explosive. Hello. Yeah. So yeah,
2-1.
if I was the Princeton player, I would be, you know, occasionally, as part of my rally construction, examining Habiba's movement into that front left corner, but then following up, making sure that whatever she
Down.
picked up, I then used to pressure
3-1.
again. Good start for Leontio, but she was game ball up in the last game, so she really needs to follow through, because we know how good Habiba is now. Nice volley. That's so well straightened from what was a really quite good shot. There's the little boast. She didn't actually run for it, but I think it's the right shot to start examining the movement of Habiba. Oh, that's a little bit of a. There's a bit of a dream shot. Frank Satterthwaite, where are you now? Those of you that are very young and will not know, there is a wonderful book by a great American squash player called The Three-Wall Nick and Other. I can't remember the rest of the name. Sorry, Frank.
6-1.
Good loft, I like that. Oh, that's a good width and length. And again, but she did well, Leontio, to get out of that. Good coverage. Oh, little
Down.
little bazooki. Rami Shaw somewhere or other. Just felt somebody walk over his grave. 2-6. Yes, nice return of serve. Yeah, such a classic, effective return of serve. I'd love to have seen Andrea Toth doing that all the time. But that's what it is, you know, it's like give the server the same problem they're trying to give you. Stick the ball in the back of the court tight. Again, now she's done well because she's examined the movement. As I said to you earlier, this is an issue, and she's got the proceeds from it. Oh, casual.
9-2.
Casual. All right, capitulation. You don't want to be doing that. You want to make Princeton pay for everything if you're a Harvard woman. That's a very good width and length.
3-9.
She's looking a bit loosey-goosey though, as if like, oh, whatever, it's too late. I may be wrong, but wow, that's a whack. Oh yeah. Not sure if that's playing with team money or whether that's just playing with her own money. That was authoritative. Nice movement off the ball. Yeah, there's no let there. Boom. 4-9. Good width and length.
Now 10-4 game ball.
It is absolutely the abyss, the back corner here, and if you don't cut that ball off and it's a dying length, you are not going to see it again. Game ball now to Leontio, who's done a wonderful job. She's clearly recognised the movement issue with the forehand boast. And well done, she earned her way back. Oh, that's good hands, good hands. Look at the severity of this angle. Here you go, boom. Scythe with a sabre. 5-10. Is she going to start again now, like she did in the last game? Where's that volley? Yeah, movement to the front right, so much better than her movement to the front left on that boast.
6-10, game ball.
She couldn't do it again, could she? It's just, I would love to see the body language of Leontio when she's waiting to return serve exude something of determination and confidence rather than, you know, waiting for the headmaster. Beautiful shot. Well picked up though to a very good width. That was beautifully played.
6.
That is not an easy shot to play at all with that much wrist.
1 game all.
1-1.
In case you can.
Well, this is an exciting game. What a nicely executed last game that was from Leontia from Princeton. And she got a good lead and got in there and took advantage, particularly with the quality of the width and length and the athleticism. My only request from her is that when she's returning serve, that she show a little more effrontery and, you know,
Love all.
positive willingness. I thought she examined that front left corner of Habiba very well. Habiba, in her turn, she's got to get her quality back, and she's got to be able to get in front. She's so good in front. She's got so much snap going on, but she's got to earn her way to the front of the court and accept also that this tremendous explosive athlete that she's playing against is going to get balls back that a lot of other people won't get back. Yeah, I've got to say, Leontia scares me. She gets up there, she's like, bring it, baby. So a little bosun again. There's the exposed movement, but she did well to recover. Whoa. Well straightened from the shortened grip there. Hello. We've got an all-court game going on here. A little marathon, a little series of marathon sprints.
Down.
Oh, such a shame, because it was a really well contested point.
2 love.
I don't know if I'm getting lightheaded, but really I'm enjoying this game of squash. Tremendous competitors. Yeah, so there was a combination of very good wrist from Leonteo and late recovery, so that Habiba sort of lost the plot there because she wasn't engaged with the ball. But such is Habiba's nature that she's quite capable of putting 4 or 5 shots out and not playing well, and then suddenly coming back with genius. So I wouldn't write her off yet. I do think she would do a good job to remind herself whose money she's playing with, to coin the phrase. Because there are girls off the court that are willing her to do her job for the team. Yeah, you can see them reflected in the glass there. Look at all those Harvard players. Good width and good width and length, but equally returned. Okay, what's going to happen here? Ooh. Yeah. Nice lift, a little blowing out of the cheeks there from Habiba.
And
I'm not sure if she's tired or whether she's just fatigued mentally, but she seems to be on the wrong end of this at the moment. And I'm not surprised. Leonteo's doing great work. Oh, what a good width and length that was.
And out to 5.
So the key here for Leonteo is don't do anything silly. Make Habiba earn it, if she's going to earn it. And Habiba, on the other hand, needs some favours and maintain quality. That's good quality. Oh, she loves getting in on that backhand volley. She sneaks up there.
That's a peach.
Yeah, it is a peach. What a great boast.
And out 6-2.
Yeah, a little weariness, physical weariness may be coming over Habiba. I'm not sure. There is no such weariness coming over the ever effervescent Leonteo.
7-2. From the left plate.
Well straightened because it was a tough ball. That's good fade. Ooh, a little bit speculative. More length required. Oh yeah. So that's fatigue. You know, she's felt the need to guess there. You can see the legs are buckling a little bit. Interesting. I don't know if they do any competitive strength and conditioning these days, but if I was Habiba, I would be saying to myself, I'm going to be the best by the end of next summer.
9-2.
And certainly on the strength work, because that takeoff speed to the front left and just generally twisting and turning could do with a little bit of work. She could take an example from her opponent, because her takeoff speed and her change of direction is very, very good.
10-2 game ball.
Yes, well, here we are, game ball, and what a wonderful performance by Leontio. Just busy, busy, busy. All in a day's work. Work being the operative word. Brave work. Oh, it's a nice little last minute. Watch this wrist go.
3-10 game ball.
Very nice. Yes.
11-3. Game to Princeton.
Good hold, and again, it's a working shot. It's not intended to be an absolute winning shot. It's a working shot. If Habiba had run round this, she would have had to really physically struggle to go and pick that ball up. Very good, Leontio. Excellent Princeton performance. Princeton teamwork. Habiba, you've got to go back and really listen carefully to what the coach is telling you and come back on and play with team money. 6-2 to Harvard. Olivia Robinson has delivered for Princeton, as well as Miss Glazer. And Columbia have won the match against Cornell. Whack, whack. Unfortunately, Big Red have gone down. Okay,
Princeton lead 2-1. Princeton to serve.
Very much in the driving seat, Leontio, and more of the same will result in a 3-1 victory, but maybe Habiba has got some arguments about that, and having had a little chat with her team, perhaps they've come up with a possible game plan to stymie the Princeton woman. We shall see. It won't work like that. All credit to the Princeton woman. She really has executed well and with enthusiasm and energy and precision.
And now 1-1.
Good width and length on that cross-court return. I don't particularly like
Down.
cross-court returns, but
2-1.
Ah, the driving seat. Let's watch the body language of Habiba here. She looks refreshed. She's in on that volley early, that's very nice. I suspect that may have been part of the content of the Mike Way advice. Let's just get up the court and take that early and take charge. 3-1. Good return of serve.
On the right.
That's a let ball. Let me interpret for Mike Riley. Yep, simple, straight return. Could have been a bit tighter, but it was good. Oh, that's quality. And now, oh, yeah. Bit quicker there, or not so quick there. Oh, lovely hold, and a little guessy going on from Leontio there.
4-1.
Didn't wait for the ball. So, yet again, the worm turns. It's a bit early to be going short there. Very good width and length, but again, that wonderful technique in the back corner enables her to get that ball out of the dark, dead hole of the back of the court. Oh,
5-1.
stroke given. Ah, so this looks like it might be going to the fifth set. No surprise, as it's the last match of the day. A little lack of awareness from Leontio as to where her opponent was there. There are many choices that have done more damage than whacking it back to her. That's very nicely done. That was really a well-controlled,
Out 2-5.
weighted, directed length. It was a bit of a loose return.
Whoops.
Oh, trying for too much.
And
You don't need that.
6-2.
She's built her whole game, Leontio, on quality, hard work, and good decision making. It's a shame right there at a crucial time when she's down in the fourth game that she tries to go for something cheap. Nice float. Reminiscent of the first game. Oh, she really should have
Now
maybe
the
played
free
that.
from the right. 6-2.
Yeah, she maybe should have played that because she would have got more out of putting pressure on back into that back corner than just taking the net. Good width and length. Yeah, she's a bit shy on that backhand short ball now because she put one in the tin. There's no reason why she can't play it after a couple of shots if she's up early and the opponent's out of position. Just a worker. Width. Oh, I thought that would hit the tin. Fancy stuff that was. Trouble. Oh, that's a good ball.
Shot.
All tight. Got close to the ball, caught the pop out. Good exploratory rally. That's a good float. Love that float. Oh, she did well. She didn't know she was going to play forehand or backhand there. So this is getting interesting.
7-2.
Now, in the previous game, Habiba was definitely looking a little fatigued, and she's just bent over double there a little bit, so I hope that's not going to inhibit her. What a beautiful post. Extremely well played. Such good movement there. Ooh, yep. Well, I mean, she finished it off, but fantastic movement from Leontia.
8.
Oh. Great height and float.
Down. And out. 3-8.
Well, she's got a bit of a margin, still played for the wrong reason. She didn't try and work her opponent there, she tried to get a sneaky, quick win in there. Oh, that's
Not
well executed. That is
And
well
out.
executed. Look at this setup. Prep up, hold,
9-3.
let it go. Let it rip. That was very nice. Setup wasn't as good there on the backhand return the serve from Leontia. She was usually excellent.
10-3. Game ball.
So we are going, I think, to a fifth game, unless there is a miracle performed by Leontio here. Loose return. Oh, very casual. Very casual.
And
See
out.
the hand up
4-10
in the
game
air.
ball.
What am I thinking, she's saying to herself. Well, you've got a 6-point margin, you might get away with it. Oh, goodness. Well, we're getting a bit towards the end of the day and a little tired here.
5-10 game
There's
ball.
some loose shots being played. Quality, a little loose. Nice height, middle of the court. Better. Good float. Got to volley that ball. Oh, goodness me, we're getting a bit confused with what we're doing here.
Down.
That's what
Five.
she really wanted. It was
Game to
Leontia
Harvard.
to give her the point because she wasn't earning
2
it.
games all.
Well, apart from the last 4 or 5 rallies, Habiba did a very, very good job, and I suspect that she's executed on behalf of our team. Princeton now needs to rally round Leontio and get her back on the plot so that the quality is there. One of the things, though, that they'll have to watch out for is that Habiba has now stepped up the court and really actively hunted the volley. Not the short volley, but just the volley generally. And that has changed the momentum during the rallies. Instead of just letting the ball go deep, 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 she's going deep and then getting up and volleying and taking charge of the momentum of the rally. So what can Princeton come up with? I'm not sure. I'm sure Gail Ramsey and her crew are working very hard as we speak. And equally, Mike Way will be saying to Habiba, you see, if you get up that court and you volley a few balls and you keep her deep, you can do it. And see if she can come out and do the same. Well, here we go for a fifth game. It's been a really good game of squash, I have to say. And
Harvard to serve, love all.
notwithstanding my little sort of descriptions of what could be doing differently, I'm sat up here on a comfortable chair, and they're on there doing the business, and they're doing it at a wonderful and high level of quality and athleticism. So we'll see what happens here. You know, we've got a good opening rally. I love to see that. You know, both have committed. Nobody's sort of fudged the responsibility at the beginning. They're both playing with team money right here.
Gets let.
Yeah.
Love all.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Both have represented their teams extremely well in that first rally.
But we want an extra.
Pay no attention to Michael Riley. We really do want extra rallies of this kind of quality.
And out, one love.
That's a bit of a loose return. Gotta keep that focus. Everybody outside is absolutely hanging their every breath on what you do. Good, she's up for that volley again. I do like that, the way she steals up, she ghosts up.
And out.
A real huntress for that volley. Quality, width and length. Yeah, they're both really vying for control of this rally. It's beautiful to see. Hard workers, very good technique, doing good honest work. Good wrist. Good float there. Lovely float. Yeah, this is all court squash. This is what we want to see. Oh, that's a very good length, but she's managed to get the back wall boast in there. And she's picked that up.
Not up.
Oh, I think she was close there. She was very close. What a great rally. I'm applauding sitting upstairs here behind the screen. That was super squash. Well done.
And now 2-1.
It was fatiguing squash, for sure. But the quality was good, the variety was good, and nobody went cheap. It was earned. As good as you'll see it anyway. And that was worth obviously worth 2 points as well. Because that's a tired response. Oh, you've got to dig in deep after a long rally like that. Don't let it slide. Well done, Leontio. Really excellent work. I mean, both players great work, but she's consolidating by following up with more work. This match would not be out of place on the World Tour, not one little bit. Beautiful width and length. Yeah, it would have been tempting to go for something cheap there. Yeah, but I was impressed that Leontio actually saw the opportunity to take it in short, but thought, no, I'm going to put some more work into her legs, I'll take it long again. Very good. Good movement, because it was a good little sneaky return of serve. Oh, yeah. Suspect movement to the front left. Well, in that case, no movement to the front left. Good idea to loft the ball, give yourself time to get established in the front of the court. It's good quality again. Oh my goodness, that is a reprieve. You can see that Habiba's body almost collapsed when that point was over. She did not expect to get that. Actually, it's a lifeline, because at 2-5, she's not out of it. There's the width and length early. Yeah, she dropped a racket, but that's, I think, you know, as a result of the fatigue.
6-2.
All right. Can Leontio hammer the nail of the coffin shut? Or is there an escape yet to be seen for Habiba? Oh, that's beautiful. I love the way she played that. I mean, it wasn't played to force, it was played to work. There's a little bit of gambling going on there. Last chance saloon. Russian roulette, stuff like that. Good width. Oh, yeah, we're now got
8-2.
one bullet left in the gun. Yep. So that's fatigue, and that's been earned. It's not just that Habiba's not in shape. I mean, she's been tested and worked by her opponent in a thoroughly professional manner. And I'm using professional in terms of quality rather than financial gain. Proficient.
10-2, match ball.
Match ball.
Out.
Wow, what a fitting end to our day. That is an exemplary game of squash. I think, without fear of contradiction, that is the match of the tournament that we have seen so far. Superb technical skills from both players, but from Leon Teo, she really built a strong position with quality work, a good game plan, excellent technical skills, and Habiba played her part. Some of her shots were tight and she rallied well, so what a excellent final match to the day. Quick look at the scoreboards as we look around. We see that it's 5-3 to Colombia, and there is a final match on court, which is 2-1 to Colombia at the moment. It is 7-2 to Dartmouth, and 6-3 the final score here. Harvard beating Princeton to go through to meet Trinity in the final of the Howe Cup tomorrow. So what a great day's play, and thanks so much for joining us. I hope you really enjoyed that last match. That was truly what I'm talking about when I say, when you come to CSA to watch the top players, you're seeing a crystal ball that lets you see right now a glimpse of future greats on the Women's World Tour. Tomorrow we're going to start early, I believe at 9:30 Eastern Coast time, and that's going to be with some of the earlier divisions, and as the day goes through you'll see that we're coming to the finals of the Howe Cup between Harvard and Trinity. That should be an absolutely cracking match. I'll just say again that if you want to watch any of the other matches, you can go to our YouTube channel, and also all of the matches that we've put up for you, you can watch again because they're held there in perpetuity. What a great day's squash, and you know, if you really want to watch how to play the game, that last match, rally construction, technical skills, courage, team play, game plan, execution, it was all there. Hope you had a great day. Come and join us again tomorrow. Goodbye.